Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special old school stream. Because today, we're 8. It's our 8th birthday, can you believe it? 8 years have flown by. I'm Mod Kieran, and I'll be one of your hosts for this entire anniversary stream. I'm delighted to be joined by the fantastic Mod Ed. And
That's
by the
first
fantastic...
fantastic.
I like to please. And the fantastic Modash too, equally fantastic. But before we start reminiscing about old school and how wonderful this game is, I want to give you a little bit of insight into what's happening with today's stream. So, a whole ton of stuff planned for today. Huge variety of stuff happening throughout the stream, including competitions, quizzes, some in-game events. Make sure you grab a drink, get comfortable, get your snacks, and enjoy what is going to be a very fun 4-ish hours of old school goodness. So, but before we get going with all of that, we want to show you some new goodies you can get for yourself, as we've got some new and exclusive items in the merch store. If you use !merch in the chat, you'll get taken to our official store where you can get them yourselves. So, we got a new range from Angelscapes to celebrate the old school 8th anniversary, where you can see the very special 8th anniversary Tim and Crunchy stained glass pin, which is pretty unreal, I think. You got the Neve limited edition 8th birthday pin. I think we all know that one will go down quite well. The 8th anniversary matte gold DFS limited edition pin, which looks awesome too. We got the KBD keyring, Fairy Queen. We got a Legends Arcs collab, the framed Xanaris picture pin. And we've also got the Herblore skill cape keyring in the series of the skill cape keyring. So awesome stuff, and it's amazing to see like Legends Arts collaborating as well with Angelscapes on all of this stuff. So yeah, use !merch to gander at those things. But also beyond that, do you want to relive your earliest glory days? Well, you can, because we've got a new 18-track album filled with old school's most iconic combat themes. You can see the amazing artwork of Jad there. And I believe you've actually got one of the tracks ready to play. Hype. And you're just talking to me, Ash, about where this all plays. This track plays in game.
Yes, I think it's Scavenger Volcano, isn't it? Attack 2. And also Edry used it very nicely in Dragon Slayer 2. Seeing the cutscene that is well, I think it's remembering though.
It's all good stuff though.
You're right on that one. Classic Elvar boss fight.
Is it in the Elvar boss fight as well?
Yeah, so it's when you're fighting Elvar in Dragon Slayer Sonic plays, and like Ash says, we used it again in number 2.
Hell yeah. Well, this collection includes music from the wilderness, dungeons, quests, mini-games, and all manner of beasts and bosses, as composed by Ian Taylor, and there are tracks on there from the one and only Modash too, of course.
Oh, really? Cool.
Well, there you go. So the vinyl edition contains 2 times 180 gram vinyls in orange and red. The deluxe gatefold sleeve features all new artwork of Jad on the inside, and the front and back covers features iconic weapons from the game and Barrow's equipment arranged in the combat triangle. I should get a job doing adverts. Use !OST to buy the album today, or you can even listen to it for free with !Spotify. And finally, there's big news for Old School this week. Not only is it our 8th birthday, but in just 2 days, we're finally launching Old School RuneScape on Steam. So we'll be having another very special stream on Wednesday, February the 24th, to help celebrate Old School's launch on the world's biggest gaming platform. Now, we know a lot of you are wondering, hey, I'm already an active player, why should I use Steam? And that's a great question, but what you can do even if you don't intend to play on Steam, is wishlist the game before it launches on Wednesday. That'd help us massively and help a lot of new players discover the game. So make sure to use !Steam to do your bit for Wednesday's launch. And I guess with that brings us down to our first topic of this whole anniversary live stream. And for the next 55 minutes or so, taking us through to the next hour, we're going to chat about all things old school RuneScape. We're going to take a look back at where this game came from, any stories. Let's, take a stroll down memory lane, so to speak. So we're going to reminisce. And beyond that, we're also going to take chat questions. So if there's anything you want to know about old school's history, anything, shoot them away. And we've got our amazing community management staff trawling the chat and pulling the questions up for us to answer. So how about we start with, I guess, the origins, really. So Ash, do you want to talk about how old school came to be? Where did it come from?
Sure thing. So, come 2013, players were very much of the view that the game was changing in ways they weren't comfortable with. EOC was mentioned a lot. Also, things like that Squealing Goblin, which was getting a little old even by then, perhaps. And there was some interest in, can we have it back from the good old days? And, it had been talked about as plenty, with player petitions occasionally, and lots of signs that the grassroots community would be up for this. The powers that be decided that it was worth pursuing, and I'm so glad they did. They sent the engine staff to try and find what archives we actually got, because you can't actually ship the thing if you ain't got it. And much searching later, they found there was just one complete archive on some tape, an actual archive tape, not just taped to the wall or anything. And it was from August 2007, which is, well, they found it was releasable with some polishing up. It needed to have some of its infrastructure changed to connect to Jagex's systems of 2013, which had changed from 2007. And it needed to have the understand it was a different version of the game and not try and save the same save game profile that your normal profile was using. Not a small thing for Mod Philip, I think his name was, but he worked many late nights and was able to deliver this thing. In the meantime, there was talk about, what is it going to be as a product? Is it going to be, just put there as a static thing, no changes, no maintenance, for players who want a bit of a nostalgia hit, but nothing else? And, Jagex put it to a player sort of petition, if you will, and where the number of people who signed it would determine what level of support it got. The plan was that if it got 500,000 signatures on the petition, then it would have a full-time dev team and actual updates happening to it. I don't think we quite got there, but it was close, and the CEO was willing to stretch things a bit, so 4 of us were assigned to be the old school team. I say we were assigned. It happens that when I heard this project was coming, I'd already sort of started proactively sending emails around the company asking to be on it. Sent one to that nice mod Pips, who was a fairly senior producer on RuneScape at the time, saying, hey, if we're doing this old version of the game, please, can I work on it? I think I'd be suited to that. He's CEO now, but he wasn't there then. Also, I was sending another one to my direct line manager saying, pretty please, can I be on the old school team, or RS 2007 as we thought we'd call it then. Thankfully, as I was typing that one, my line manager rocks up to my desk to say, Ash, would you mind if I put you on the old game project? Well, here's half an email begging for you to do that, so yeah, I'm cool with that. Do it. He seemed happy. I threw away the rest of the email. And we spent the next few days, because we'd only got a few days before the CEO's deadline that he'd already announced, going through the archives of what bugs we recorded having fixed from 2007 onwards to see which ones still existed in this build, to fix as many as we could. also adapt a few things, because Tutorial Island was not designed for 2,000 players to turn up on a world and try and do it simultaneously. First thing you run into is that damn door, getting out of the first room. I mean, it's not like in Classic where only one person could talk to NPC at a time. That was painful for Quest launch days. But all the same, doors were a bit of a problem, which is why I put together Skippy. Worth noting, they got us a build of the game, but there was no map editor, no model editor, no interface editor. Creating Skippy was not trivial because we couldn't map him down. We couldn't make any new graphics for him either. But there's ways of causing an NPC to spawn dynamically when someone enters an area. We used that so that people could get out the first damn room of the tutorial and indeed get off the whole island. We don't leave it permanently, of course, because the tutorial does slow down bot creation somewhat, and that's, I think, worth it for you legit people still. But that's how it came about. And yeah, we were told we're launching on that Friday. Come hell or high water, we're launching on that Friday, it's been announced. And we were delighted to see how many people did come in and have a go with it. I think there were around 300,000 active players in the beginning, or 300,000 members who were primarily playing old school. They didn't all stay, you know, it is launch rush, then tails off. But around half of them did, which is awesome. And come the end of 2013, the game was starting to grow with new players coming in to join those, as Jagex was, you know, showing an actual commitment to keeping this thing going and not putting the price up all the time compared to RS3. Hot topic it was in 2013. Will there ever be an extra fee on top of your subscription to access the old school servers? And while it was promised that wouldn't happen in the first 6 months, no one was sure what happened thereafter. Thankfully, the loyalty of the community made it clear to Jagex that it was worth keeping the little team. It was down to 3 of us by this point, by the way, because Mod Nexus had sadly asked to move back to RS3. He thought he'd get more interesting projects that way. I think he was wrong. Well, Jagex was willing to get us more staff and keep the price the same as for the other RuneScape, rather than having an extra fee on top to be the old school one. They let us hire Mod John C in 2014 and an artist. They let us have the dev tools that we'd been begging for, so we could actually edit the map and the menus. Things were really kicking off. But I think that's enough from me for now.
Yeah. Amazing, really. And 8 years later, of course, like we're here today, and the game's well eclipsed that. Even that first day, those first couple of days, you said 300,000. Like, it's incredible how much old school's grown to be where we are now. And indeed, no longer are we trying to spawn NPCs when somebody clicks on something in the world. Instead, we're launching on Steam. it's pretty surreal. Ed, do you remember where you were that launch week? Were you actively playing?
I was actually one of the naysayers. I did vote for it. But I was just sort of like, I'm never going to get my nostalgia back. I'm not going to get involved. And so I didn't actually really properly start playing old school until a while after that.
And here you are now. So how did that happen? What was the journey?
It actually all lined up quite well, because I think it was when I started playing, and that was sort of around the time when the job advert went up. So it was all quite convenient.
And then you added Dragon Slayer 2, and here we are.
Yeah, a few small little updates here or there.
Yes, I remember, because I was there. Sorry, go on, Ash.
Just thinking about, old school's 8th birthday, I'm thinking that when I first joined Jagex, some of you guys were probably celebrating your own 8th birthdays.
Not quite. I would have been 8 in 2001.
So someone in the chat was saying, Ed, were you even alive in 2007? And I just want to say, thank you to all the people in the chat for admiring my lovely youthful looks. But I was alive in 2007. I'll have you know.
I started playing around 2007, so that's my history. Like, 2007, I would have still been doing GCSEs, I think. So, puts it in perspective. I mean, for a lot of the people on the team, and obviously not just me and Ed, but we've grown up playing this game, just like many of you in the chat, and we're lucky enough to be able to be on as part of the team now, as working with people like Ash, who've been here all that time, and I think we've all learned an awful lot from people like Ash. So, we're blessed. We're lucky to have you on Old School from the start.
One keeps learning. There's things I can do better now than I could do then, and in fact, talking to Mod Dylan the other day, we came up with he's got a much nicer solution for how to make certain types of mining rocks that I wish I'd thought of when I did Motherlode Mine in 2015. Maybe I would have thought of it these days, but I didn't think of it then. I don't think it works anyway, so it's all right, but this is more efficient.
Shows what's so good about having a team, right? And everyone brings ideas to the table. But yeah, I remember that week because I was actively playing. I remember that rush on day one. Everyone tried to run in, but it wasn't just day one. It was the first few weeks when nobody had certain levels and different skills. And, you were waiting for that first person to get, like, the Herblore level such that they could make, like, super potions and things like that. And then there was no GE. So everything you had to go and try and contact this person who had the supplies, You want those potions? Gotta get onto this specific person. And yeah, it was mad, the whole rush. I mean, press 1 in the chat if you were there for launch day, because it was a surreal experience. And as much as we've got a whole amazing ton of content since, it's like nothing can quite capture the rush of what it's like when you all start a new account at the same time. Absolutely amazing. Probably there's some of you lying. is what I'm going to guess. But yeah, how about you also going to touch on, Ash? How did you even end up joining Jagex and become a part of RuneScape in the first place before moving to Old School?
Well, I joined Jagex because I was playing a lot of RuneScape while I was at college. I'd met these Gower brothers socially through one of the university chaplaincies and was drinking with them pretty regularly every Friday. And some of their mates had a shared house. One of them was getting married, so there was going to be a vacancy at their shared house. They offered it to me because I was coming up to graduate. So I figured, better look for a job in Cambridge then. And Andrew just looks over from his Guinness, and he doesn't normally drink that, but he was that night, and said, well, you could apply for the support team at Jagex, why not? Suddenly that was everything I wanted. To be sure, it was not the direction my materials science degree was going, to work in software, but I wanted it. I loved RuneScape. I was playing it probably more than was healthy for me while studying. Indeed, I do believe I graduated with my area of greatest expertise being RuneScape at that time. Still might be in decent stead for the next 16 and a half years at least. So no regrets. Anyway, I applied when there were actually vacancies in the support team. I applied for one, got one. I think I was qualified, and thankfully, the thing about joining a company that was at that point in its growth spurt is that there's scope for field promotion. So some guy got fired out of the QA team. They needed to replace him immediately. Hoofed me over. They decided they want to restructure the way the content teams run so that they weren't having the uploader and chief designer and programmer and line management all done by Paul Gower simultaneously. They restructured it and gave me one of those roles and moved me over from QA to do that. So I got in the content team. That work's now done by Mod Rock, and it's pretty heavy duty for him. So the idea of doing that while everything else at the same time is quite... Jagex has been very kind to me, and I'm grateful.
Hell yeah. I mean, I also think, looking at Old School now, I think one of the things we really set out to do with Old School, I guess, and almost because out of necessity at the time, was introduce the polling system and be so close with the community. But Ed, you know, you've worked on a lot of content now. You've been through Dragon Slayer 2, you've done Soul Wars recently, you're working on one quest or another probably all the time. What's your thoughts? What challenges has it presented you, like as a designer, as a content developer, working with the poll system and so closely with the community?
Every time you do a poll, you're always just sort of sat there like, oh god, will they like it? Will they vote no? And you know, it's terrifying, but ultimately it's a good thing, because normally most other games companies, you don't have that. You don't have that sort of like chance to see if you were going to like it. You just ship it, and yeah, sometimes it doesn't go well. So better or for worse, it's good to be able to get feedback nice and early on things. I think it does make the content better.
I believe it's a hell of a lot nicer working to a community that will talk to you. I mean, some of the stuff it says to you ain't always fun to hear, but I'm sure they mean it from passion. But working to a community is a lot more satisfying for me than working to instructions from some manager or senior designer who says, Ash, program one of these. Have you done it? Good boy. Now program one of these. I'd rather work to a community and see the people actually playing with it and hopefully having fun.
It's a surreal feeling. Like, I think we've got, and this probably does extend to a lot of the games industry, but we get to work in one of the most satisfying jobs. But being so close to the community, you know, we're talking to the players. We know so many people in the player base. We release content, and then getting the joy of seeing people go and play with it, getting the amazing feedback and everything. It's just, it's easy to love what we do. I'd say. Whereas for, you know, if you were designing till software, there's not that much excitement about seeing somebody complain about an unexpected item in their bagging area. So it's it's what it is. But being so community focused, I mean, Runefest, it's another huge part of it, and we've, you know, it's our yearly convention. I've missed it, not being able to do it. I'm sure you both have as well. But Ice Pepsi is actually asking in the chat, what is our favourite part about Runefest? Have you got any good experiences that you know you think back when you think about all your time at Runefest? I'll go to you, Modash, first.
Something that really struck me at my first Runefest, the first Runefest back in 2010, was there was an older chap there who said that he played RuneScape because he and his wife split up. He wasn't getting to see his son anymore. But his son was in RuneScape, so by playing RuneScape, he could still spend time with his son despite the divorce. And this had been going on for a while, and now he was able to take his son for holidays, so he brought his son to Runefest. And he was quite touched that that the game had been how he and his family could remain a family. I thought that was wonderful. Certainly it's stuck in my mind ever since.
That is amazing. That RuneScape can do that for a lot of people. And I've heard so many different stories over the time about how RuneScape's connected people, allowed for people to have those sort of relationships still. What about you, Ed? Any memories you think back to with Runefest?
Yeah, the last two Runefests I was at, I was on stage presenting, so the vast majority of the day is just spent being like, sure, it's not too different to what we were just talking about with polls. We just sat there like, oh god, are they gonna like it? Are they gonna hate it? Am I gonna say the wrong thing? So I think the best part is when you come off stage afterwards and you get to actually go and like talk to players and stuff, and sort of hear what they thought of the announcements and how excited they are. That's the best bit.
Got to say, something I've learnt there is if you lob a tea bag off the stage into the audience, they all talk about that rather than anything you said.
I've never tried it. I'll maybe next time.
In fairness, the last thing I was on that stage talking about included A Kingdom Divided, which is your content, so I may not have done you a favour there.
He remembers being like...
So, I don't know. I don't know what the response was. We'll see. I guess we'll see in a few months. It's not far off now.
Who remembers being blown away by Mod Ed's Dragon Slayer 2 reveal? Because I certainly was. Ed's got the Ed. I think is the champion of delivering the Runefest speech. You've just got it down to a T. Ed, how did you do it?
How did I do it? I don't know. I walked on stage and I talked about something that, I mean, for Dragonslayer in particular, that was the first quest I designed. It wasn't actually quite the first one released, but it was the first one I designed. And when I played RuneScape as a child back in 2007, because I was alive in 2007, when I played RuneScape back then, it was the quests that I loved. I was always a huge fan of the stories, and to be able to, after all those years, go on stage and talk about a story that I'd written, like, to be honest, at that point, like, although it was like really nerve-wracking, like leading up to it, once I was on stage, it was just like, no, this is it. This is the thing that I've waited years to do. I can't mess this one up, surely.
Well, it went pretty well, I'd say.
How about you, Kieran?
My Runefest memories, honestly, I would probably call out speaking on stage as well. Like, no matter how many times I've done it now, it's utterly petrifying. Those 5-10 minutes, especially before you go on stage. You've practiced it, you've rehearsed it, but nothing is the same as walking out and there's like nearly 2,000 people sat in front of you in Runefest. Plus, in the back of my mind, I know there's like 50,000 watching the Twitch live stream on the day. And it doesn't really sink in, but it's utterly petrifying. Just that I could slip up here, you know, I could say the wrong thing or screw up one of my lines or whatever. But you live the adrenaline. That's what I will say. I remember being tired, you know. We do the night before party on the Friday night before RuneFest, and you never get much sleep Friday night before the RuneFest day. But obviously, RuneFest itself is such a long day. I remember being so tired like, at RuneFest. But after that stage, after going on stage, the entire night you're just massively awake because of just the adrenaline from doing it. But it's a surreal thing, and I think RuneFest in of itself just helps to make it sink in how many people love this game. And how bringing all the like-minded people together, it truly is satisfying. It's re-energizing, and you feel it in the Jagex office. Just how everyone's instantly buzzing, excited to work on the game and really make a difference. You know, you work on content day in, day out all year. Of course, it gets tiring, and that reminder of going to RuneFest is like, this is why we do it. This is why it's so worth it. That's certainly my view of it. But yeah, I mean, what's your view? Going back to the other community elements, Ash, like working on blogs, working on polls. You would contribute to some of the first polls ever added to Old School. Do you remember, like, if the intention was that all the way to now, we're still going to be doing that?
We did expect that we would always be blogging things and polling them. The question really was, what kind of things would be in the polls, though? At first, you know, a lot of people were afraid, if they change that bit of scenery, it'll be EOC. Or if they tweak that bit, that's like EOC. It's too much of a change. So players were really, really keen that the game stay conservative. Which is fair play. The game, after all, arose because of lots of changes that were made in good faith, but were not suitable for the community. And I was pretty happy for us to sign up to the 75% rule that would hopefully avoid that kind of thing happening again. Now, we learned very quickly that some things actually need fixing. Like, should you be able to, wind a clockwork mouse and then spam click it on the floor to get really fast agility XP? Well, we thought no. But did that mean we needed to poll players on whether it should be fixed? Because if we change that, maybe they'll see that as like EOC, or they'll all panic or something. And no, we fixed it. And I did see some complaints actually, but I still think it was the right thing to do. Similarly, there was some changes about dicing games, making toy horses not, say, a random string, so people couldn't use them for that kind of thing. Things that, frankly, we could not keep that in the game. And we also couldn't let it be subject to 75% of the players agreeing for us to remove it. But these are not things we'd thought of when we first wrote a blog and said we're going to pull these changes. In retrospect, there's a lot of things we'd have laid out differently about the need to sometimes just fix the damn thing, rather than letting 26% of the players say, no, we like being able to get agility XP that way, we'll keep it. On the other hand, it's not like we started out with a lot of guidance. We took a lot of that from the community. The 75% number came from forum posts, where some were saying they wanted it even higher, 85, and some thought 2/3 was a pretty big supermajority. I think if left to my own devices, I'd have probably taken 60 based on the US Senate, of all things. But 75 we took, and considering things fail it sometimes, a lot of things pass it, I remain reasonably comfortable with it as it is. And if anything, I'd want to change who gets to do the voting rather than what the pass rate is.
I think 75% has worked out pretty darn well, to be honest. You got any thoughts, Ed?
I mean, most of my content is quests, and it all passed, so no complaints. When it fails, I might start moaning.
Makes sense. I mean, some of the people in the chat have been coming in with their some of their first memories. We've got a person called Dense Forehead, saying, I married my first RuneScape girlfriend in the Lumbridge Church when I was like 10. That was definitely a thing in the day. people getting, all the buying GF, all of that sort of stuff. And well, Ash, do you remember? Surely the developers in the office noticed this trend.
Oh yes, in fact there was an official policy that staff were not to do in-game weddings anymore, lest it looked like we were trying to encourage that kind of online relationship thing, because this is not a dating site. Obviously what players did outside of the game was their own business. I got this wedding ring for some reason from involving a RuneScape player myself, although I didn't work at Jagex when I met her. But yeah, we knew players were doing these kind of things. I think if you go to the really early days, Jagex staff, maybe the Gower brothers, would officiate in-game ceremonies before we started thinking that this might go very badly if the company had been seen to do that and it turned out that it was a case of child grooming.
Yep, there are very serious consequences if things are not handled in the right way. That is for sure. Yeah, what other memories do you have from playing this game, like, when super young? Did you ever get dragged to the Dark Wizards? I got dragged to the Dark Wizards once, but I didn't actually get killed. But somebody did try to lure me to the Dark Wizards. I mean, Ed, did you ever get scammed?
I think when I first started playing, that was before the Wilderness Ditch, so I'm pretty sure that happened at some point. Go over here, there's some good loot. Oh, okay. Yep, that's a thing.
Did you lose your full myth or something?
To be honest, at that point, it probably wasn't even myth. I probably was sat there like heartbroken about my my iron or something.
I do remember once somebody doing the, you drop the 10k stack of coins, and you walk past like, ooh, that's a juicy stack of coins there, I want that stack. And then I used Telegrab and outsmarted them, and I felt like I was an absolute hero. It was probably the best moment of my entire life at that point, really. Did you get scammed, Ash? I mean, you played further back, but...
Well, yeah, there was a time I was trying to... well, I just saved up enough that I could afford a piece of rune armour, possibly a rune sword or something for the first time. and was trying to buy it off another player at a better rate than the Varrock Sword Shop or wherever I was going to buy it otherwise. And I didn't check the second trade screen well enough, so he got the money, and he begged me not to report him. I reported him anyway, and called him a git, which is not recommended. But git got through the chat filter. Anywho, on a happier note, back in my very early days, I started trying to do the Ernest the Chicken quest because it seemed funny. I'd read about it on the website. And that quest is really quite hard with the lever puzzle, especially as in that era you couldn't see which doors were locked and unlocked. You had to actually go and try them and click on them to find out whether they were locked or not. And well, there was a player just sitting in that basement guiding people through it one by one, and he guided me through it. I had no idea who he was. He was just some player there. I was so grateful. I wanted to reward this player. Didn't really know how to go about it, but I dropped all the stuff I was carrying on the ground so this player could, if they wished, pick it up and have a bit of a reward. But I'm not sure my tinderbox and my holy symbol mold and maybe some thread would have been a very good reward for this player. But I meant it. That's a nice gift.
I mean, not much has changed. Everyone just wants to apparently steal your spade nowadays. So, you know, that's the new meme.
At least we've added more valuables.
That's true. Well, I'd actually start to touch on is, you know, Ash, you've worked on, obviously, at Jake's for a long time. Even myself and Ed now have been here for a good number of years. I mean, I'm about 6th anniversary. How many are you at, Ash?
16 and a half.
16 and a half. That's incredible. Ed, how many are you at now?
It's coming up on 5, I think. Like, I always think, like, oh, I'm one of the members of the team, and I look and go, oh no, wait, most people on the team now, I've been there longer than them. It doesn't feel like it.
It's pretty surreal, and it really puts it in perspective. Old School is 8 years old. Like, it really is remarkable. So I wanted to actually ask, like, the last year has obviously been a difficult year for lots of reasons in the real world of the pandemic, but how has it been working on this game from home the past, nearly 12 months now? Ed, do you want to start?
It's very lonely. I don't remember what the office looks like. It's been too long since we've had some member of the team bringing some random food for us all to eat. But I guess the important thing is we can still do it. We're still developing content. We're still releasing. I think it's good content. I hope somebody thinks it's good content. So, I mean, the fact that we've been able to make it work, I think, is fantastic. But it'd be nice to go back to the office one day.
Looking forward to it myself. Ash, how have you found it?
I don't like it. On the other hand, what the heck, during a job-killing, people-killing pandemic, it is quite a privilege to have a job that can be done in this environment at all. There's a fair few things that worried us at first before we'd had a chance to try them. Like, can we do a game update from home? Can we actually deploy code to the game worlds and reboot them and have that happen from home? We didn't know, so we had to try it. And we found we could do that. So that's a good sign. We tried it again this time, deploying new engine. Can we update the content and engine at the same time? Turned out we could. And we've now done just about everything that we ever have to deal with from home, including turning the whole game off and having a rollback. We've dealt with that from home. Frankly, if we were told that the office was now missing or something, we could carry on. But I do miss being able to talk to people more casually. Like, if you want to talk, if you want a quick chat with so-and-so, it's now a matter of getting in touch, asking if they're available for a Zoom call, rather than seeing that they're sitting at their desk staring into space and thinking, let's go for a cup of tea together. I miss a lot of that kind of thing. And I know you guys often used to go out for lunch with groups of devs, and I'm not a lunch person, but that was an important dynamic, and I think there was a lot of useful brainstorming done during it.
There's too many people on the team now who have never had the joys of a Mackey's Monday.
The old school team has many a Mackey's Monday. It's part of the life of being on the old school RuneScape team. But you're right. Like, we miss out on so many of those quick conversations about anything. Both, even just socially, getting to know each other better makes us a better team, right? We work, you can trust each other, builds respect. But all the conversations about the game, design of our content, like, you can easily have a quick chat about that while you're getting a cup of tea in the kitchen, and now we've lost that a bit. So it poses us different challenges. We've had to adapt quite a lot. I mean, even this live stream, look at us. We're not in the luxury of the live streaming studio anymore, fumbling around with getting mics pinned to our shirts before it all starts. Instead, we've got the production crew on our ears, and we're doing a call instead. And that's it. Largely, it's worked quite well. It's not as nice as the studio, that's for sure.
You great insight into everyone's homes, including the fact that Kieran has the same picture on his wall twice.
You can't see that. It's cropped perfectly, such that you can only see this one of the Inferno.
There is another one.
But now that you do mention the Inferno, I did actually want to move on to asking about your favourite thing you've ever seen added to the game. And I mean, I'm biased, so I'm going to say the Inferno is the content that I spent an awful lot of time creating and love. But Ash?
James Azeric. There's a lot gone into that, and it was a jolly adventurous project for us to try. An early example of collaborative development, in fact, where I'd written a lot of the infrastructure, and other developers were, just Kieran and Ed even, were, I think, plugging in runes that they wrote independently. I can't remember whether Ed did one of those, but it was more...
a picture blood for me.
Yes. But I was very pleased with how it went, and it got a lot of people playing it, and people still do long later. Yeah, there's a few design decisions that we now would do differently in retrospect. Maybe even trying to make it scale to the party the way it does was inappropriate. And we wouldn't do that in another raiding dungeon. At the time, it was trying to copy some aspects of what Dungeoneering had done, where if you went in on a lowish level account, it gave you a relatively easy dungeon with relatively easy monsters in there, but scaled the rewards down accordingly. We went for something similar. Maybe today we wouldn't have done that. But I'm still very pleased with how it went and all the successes it has had, even if we know now how to make another one better.
It really pushed the boat out, like, technically, trying to do that randomly generated dungeon. I remember, because you worked on it as in a prototyping stage originally, right? To just verify we could do it.
Yeah, pink maps. When you're using placeholder graphics, you want to be pretty clear it's not the real thing. So I made all these bright pink bits of scenery and cobbled together maps out of those to show, yeah, we can make, these winding pink tunnels that delve through the bowels of the earth or whatever. Showed some of the live streams even, I think. When it came to Theatre of Blood and we started something similar, the artists were available to work on the map a bit closer to when we were doing the programming. So although I still started, of course, with something bright pink, it was a lobby NPC who was forming parties. I just took the troll in my arm, painted that lurid pink, and used that as a placeholder to start off Theatre of Blood trips. Thankfully, the artists were able to relieve us of that quite soon.
It was a huge project, and it was only really probably around then the team was really starting to grow. We had new people coming on the team. I was in there by that point. Ed had been in temporarily, I think, by that point. Because you were an intern first, Ed, right?
Yeah, that was where I started in QA, and then I came back full time a few months later.
But yeah, crazy. I mean, Ed, what's your favorite thing you've seen added to old school?
Is something I've added to old school, or just in general?
Anything.
It's a tough one, really. A lot of people probably want me to say Dragon Slayer 2, and I don't know. Personally, I'd actually probably go with one of the more recent quests. I've got a soft spot for Sins of a Father, so I'm going to say that one.
Just because of the story writing, is there anything about it that you're thinking of?
I guess for me, it's I'm a very picky person, especially with my own work. And don't get me wrong, I'm very proud of Dragon Slayer 2, especially like the first quest that I wrote. But I always try to look at how I can improve things. So I guess Sins of a Father being the most recent big one, that was the one where I look and I go, yeah, I've definitely done better than I did all the previous ones. I suspect a lot of players probably disagree and think Dragon Slayer 2 is better. And yeah, that's just me personally criticizing myself.
I think we have to, right? We have to look at our own work all the time and learn from it. I mean, I do the same thing with every boss I ever worked on. It's like, this one didn't go that well, Grotesque Guardians, there's a bunch of problems with that. Players didn't like these aspects. Try and do differently in the next boss, and that's always what we got to do.
You watch. I'll give it a few more months, and I'll release a couple more quests, and then I'll be going, oh, actually, no, I don't like Sins of the Father anymore. Something like that. Players in the chat are also rightly pointing out that Sins of the Father has some great alternative names, like Daddy's Problems and stuff like that.
I'm glad we call it Sins of the Father. But I do think, you've done Song of the Elves, Sins of the Father. I mean, why has every quest got an acronym that starts SOT? Could we have some variety, Ed?
Well, because basically, I did Dragon Slayer 2, and so many people were going, oh, you just took Dragon Slayer and slapped a 2 on at the end of it. That's not very inventive. Right, well, I'll show them. I'm going to come up with some different format.
Yeah, we also have Staff of the Dead in the game. Shadow of the Storm. This is out of control. It's really what it's getting at. I want to take another chat question.
I didn't realise about the SOTF until players pointed out after it was announced. It never even something I considered.
Right, another chat question. Only Trails has asked, are you all planning on doing a team building to welcome new mods that have not had any real life interactions with us yet?
Yeah,
we've all been working with a lot of new people. Sorry, go on, Ed.
We'll do a Mackey's Monday. When we're allowed to.
Certainly when a new member of staff joins the team, one of the things we do is call a big Zoom meeting and everybody just turns up and introduces themselves. It's the best we can have for the moment. We also periodically will take a little time to play board games online and things of that nature for those who want to. But when we're actually allowed to meet again, which is not now, there's a lot of people that I'd very much like to get to meet. I mean, I've got colleagues, but I don't really know if they exist below about this level. Or whether they've ever been wearing trousers in the time I've known them. It'd be nice to use the pub again when that can be done. I think that's going to be a while away from everything I'm seeing in the news, but it will be nice. In the meantime, big Zoom gatherings.
It's certainly not easy. Obviously, in one sense, we're lucky that we've had that experience of being in the office. We know a lot of people on the team, but it really is, I imagine, very challenging when new people are joining. And, imagine you join, speaking of the chat here, but imagine joining the team and you're still at home. You don't actually change. You've joined a new job and you've got a whole team of people that you've not actually met. It isn't easy. So I think, especially credit to the whole old school team, really, for being able to crack on and still deliver amazing content and look out for each other, ultimately. That's because that's a lot of what we've had to do over the last 12 months. Is anything you both look back on with old school and think, we shouldn't have done that? Something we regret? I mean, should I come to you, Mudhead, first?
I mean, anyone who's watched me on the Q&A before knows that I'm a very critical person of my own work, and I would happily delete half of it if I could. I think last time I was probably on a Q&A was like a year ago, and I think from that very one, I gave a list of like things like Winter Todd and stuff that I would just happily just annihilate if I could. I hate that content so much, and I made it. But again, I'm way too overly harsh on my own work, and Winter Todd isn't actually probably that bad. I don't know. The chat is saying,
I think Winter Todd does a lot right as well, and I think that's the principle to take from it. Really, it's pretty iconic. I mean, it's only just called it iconic in the chat. I think like it is an experience.
Oh, it's very iconic. If you ever want a good reason to turn your public chat off, just go spend like 5 minutes at Winston and be like, yeah, all right. That's me never talking to anyone again.
I like how the word Todd has entered the RuneScape lexicon as meaning a skilling boss or something that might be a little AFK and gives you good XP. Like people talk about mining Todd or fishing Todd or runecrafting Todd that we might ever do. It's the German word for death, which has nothing to do with it being a skilling boss. Originally, when we were at Runefest talking about the concept for a Winter Todd, sure, we said it would go on Zeah, but we'd originally thought of it as a piece of content we might put in the Fremnik area. And the Winter's Death seemed like a promising name for a spirit that the Fremniks would deal with. Then suddenly it became a Zeah expansion, and now so many RuneScapers will see Todd. Oh, that's about fast skilling rather than death. I think mining Todd would actually bag a Todd if they wanted one.
I think it's quite fitting in Northern Kourend as well. The Doors of Din, it's become a part of the lore of that entire continent, and obviously, I think it's an interesting thing to actually talk about because, in one sense, with old school, we have sort of split the timeline, right? We are a different part of RuneScape than what RuneScape is. Obviously, we've added our ton of unique content to old school that isn't in RuneScape. We've even added some of the same quests that RuneScape's done, but told them in a different way, like Ed's done with Song of the Elves and Sins of the Father. But one of the most unique things we've ever done, and obviously it's still going to be part of old school's features, we added an entire continent. With Zeah, which we've obviously extended. We've got now the Kingdom of Kourend, and we've got Kabos as well. So pretty incredible, and there's still a future there too. But Ash, do you want to maybe talk about where that came from right at the start?
Well, back in the day, there was a lot of speculation about Eastern lands. Akanaru in Port Phasmatis had been talking about coming from the Eastern lands, and it was always thought that one day RuneScape might go and do the Eastern lands, and people would finally get to go there. Now, there was references in things like player-owned ports, but players never really got to do the Eastern lands. It was still just one day maybe. But with old school, we didn't really want to step on the toes of what other RuneScape was doing. We certainly didn't want to try and do the same thing they were doing and invite inevitable comparisons, where certainly in 2013 and 14, the team that had more than one artist and some actual tools for these people to use would come out with a better looking version than what we would produce. So we were trying to avoid the comparison altogether by just not doing the same content. But no one said anything about Western lands. So we thought, all right, well, why can't we invent a place off to the side, avoid stepping on RuneScape 3's lore by writing stories somewhere else? Well, means we won't be contradicting what they get up to. We'll just not be there. Now, there's drawbacks to that. By not telling the stories that players were interested in from the game they knew, well, there was a massive gap there where players still wanted these stories. And we still hadn't really identified how our lore would relate to other RuneScape. I certainly recall a very senior designer getting trying to hammer home to me just what a big issue it was that we were talking about making a new Slayer monster, the Cave Kraken. That was content that didn't exist in the main RuneScape, as it was then called, and he wanted me to understand what a big step we were taking by having content like that. I nodded, smiled, and launched it anyway. What else was I going to do? We pulled it. But Zeah was a way of avoiding that kind of controversy, as it was seen, by letting us just have the creative space where we wouldn't be contrasting against RS3. Thankfully, things stabilised. We got a stable community, a huge community, and it became accepted, yeah, we can add an area that other RuneScape hasn't got. Zolandra came out start of 2015 with big profit snake in it. We were creating lore there for the first time on any scale, having characters who will tell you the background of the area and something you need to do there, kill the snake, and maybe a fishing activity came along a little bit later for it. But we were trying to be consistent with other RuneScapes still. Like, there's references to gnomes in Zolandra, and they talk about coming from the gnome town in the mountains to the east. Nobody knows what they're talking about, but we know it's Harpasandra. Because that would exist in old school as well. We're not contradicting anything. We're just exploring a little patch of land that hasn't been explored so thoroughly in RS3. And if we ever did do Harpasandra, it's still perfectly consistent with what we've had. Except we didn't have the resources to do a really fancy job on Zolandra. The environment mapping is actually my work, because the artist was so busy polishing his big snake that I ended up doing all the environment. Could have gone worse, though.
I mean, I think that sums up how we're approaching it, right? Like, don't intentionally contradict each other. Stay true such that it's sort of the same universe. I mean, Ed, I wanted to ask you really two things. Like, what do you see the future of our continent, of Zeah, but also, what's your view on, like, the split of the universe and how we handle that?
I can't tell you what the future of like Karen and stuff. I'd be spoiling it. We're gonna have to wait and see for Kingdom Divided. But there's a lot of, like, plans there for. We've, like, mapped out, like, this storyline now, and I think, as some people already know, there is that third area of the continent to the south of Alamore. We're going to visit there one day. But regarding, like, old school and RuneScape lore in general, it's always been one we've had a bit of, like, back and forth on. But I think we found, like, a really good sort of, like, middle ground now, where, like, before, I remember when I was, like, first was making some of my early quests, there was talk, like, from some people of, like, well, any quest series that exists in RuneScape, we can't continue in old school because we're going to conflict. And it's like, you can't do that. That's like, those quests are old school content. We are not leaving those stories unfinished forevermore. Like, that's just not something we can do. Like, I very much hope to one day complete every single one of those storylines. It'll take many years, but that is, like, the ultimate goal for myself personally. I know many on the team want that as well. And then at the same time, there's a lot of talk about, well, can we just copy and paste? It's like, we could, but it's boring. So we found some interesting mid-ground where we sort of, like, tell the story in a different way. And I've used the word multiverse before, and I know that scares some people internally, but that's probably, like, the best way of describing it. It's like, it's an alternate take on the same story.
One of RuneScape 3's designers tried to sell me on the idea of keeping the same shape. And I think the Spider-Man movies are a fairly good way of dealing with this. Like, it's established, and everyone knows, that Spider-Man is generally... He was bitten by a radioactive spider. He's a generally good kid. He's generally keen on girls called Mary Jane. and he fights things like green goblins. And there was a movie in 2002 that used this theme. There's been a movie rebooted in like 2010 with these themes, and now Marvel's got it and is telling its own story. In every single one of them, you can recognise that's a Peter Parker. That is, it's been bitten by a radioactive spider or a genetically engineered spider or whatever the hell that was. At some point, it probably would like a girl called Mary Jane if it met it, or Gwen Stacy if they're going that way. But that's one way of telling consistent stories that people will respond well to. Now, we've been able to be actually a bit more faithful with what we've done in RuneScape, including actually going out of our way to have references to RS3 content occasionally for those who know what it is when they're looking at it. But it doesn't really get obtrusive or make you feel like something's incomplete. You just might not get the reference.
Makes a lot of sense. You have just spoiled Spider-Man for like everyone in the chat. That's the entire story of Spider-Man. But I think we should wrap up. We've just ended our hour, sadly. I'm sure we could carry on chatting about anything for a long time still, and there's so many memories to talk about. But I'm sure we will do so in the future. So I'm going to wrap up this segment, but stay tuned because there's an awful lot coming up. I would just like to personally say like a huge thank you for the community for like 8 years of old school RuneScape. Like, it is genuinely incredible. I'd also like to remind you, 2 days' time, our history, this 8 years of old school RuneScape, we're launching on Steam, and they're going to get to join in on the next leg of old school's journey. So make sure to take a second and wishlist us on Steam, and we'll now be just taking a short break before we go on to the next segment, which is all going to be about, it's going to be something called a scavenger hunt, and also an artist's brief, which I'll leave them to intro those sections for you. We'll see you later. It's goodbye from us.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. Another wonderful celebration so far. I hope you enjoyed the first segment with Ash, Kieran and Ed. I was definitely finding a few moments to laugh at least. I'm joined by the wonderful Mod Grub and Mod West. Hello to you both.
Hello.
How's it going?
All good. I'll give you a chance to introduce yourselves. I just want to make sure people are aware of what's going on first. So what we're going to be doing in this segment is we're going to be going through what's known as the artist's brief, which essentially allows you to vote on an item that you'll get the artist to actually develop over the duration of the rest of the birthday stream. They'll then come back and show that off at the end of the stream. And then in between that and the next thing that we're doing afterwards is a scavenger hunt with some of the J-mods. So we'll be giving them a random letter, and they need to go and find the most unique item from the world of Gilnor with that letter. But yeah, I guess just now you kind of know what we're going to do. I'll tell you a bit more detail when we get to them. I'm going to take this opportunity to just speak to you both, basically, Grub and West. How are you both doing? Can we start with you, Grub? How are you doing today? Your second stream, how are you feeling? Oh, just feeling silent. I think you're muted now. All right, we're going to West. West, how are you feeling while Scrub fixes the muted mic?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's kind of crazy, really, because I'm trying to think back to the last birthday stream. I'm pretty sure I was on last year as well. And yeah, just having this work from home, it's quite a different feeling. I got that.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, sort of missing the live stream room. It was quite a nice place to sort of have these nice birthday events going on, or birthday streams going on.
It was, apart from the lighting that used to make you like roasting hot, that was constantly like beaming on your head. I didn't like the lighting in there.
It kept you awake.
It definitely kept you awake, yeah, that's for sure. There's so many times where I'm just like, I've seen pictures of myself back on that stream room, I'm just like, oh my god, please just dim the lights.
Yeah, they'd be quite intense. It was always a shame as well, because when the stream would start, they'd always turn the aircon off because it made so much noise. So it's like, oh great. They're going to be hot and very bright.
This soundproof room that's literally sealed shut with this crazy metal door, and it just slowly heats up like an oven.
It's like going into like a submarine, isn't it? Going through that door.
Well, I've never been in a submarine, but I imagine that's what it's like. Yeah.
It
was very. Well, I don't know. You might have been in a submarine, Wes. You know, you're an artist at the end of the day. You guys, you go anywhere for inspiration, right? The top of mountains, the bottom of the oceans.
I mean, my dad was in the Navy, so you know, there's that connection. But no, never on a submarine.
Okay. Well, how about you, Grub? Do you have your voice? Oh, I heard something.
Are we in?
Yeah, we're in. Have you ever been in a submarine before?
No.
Well,
it's quite proud.
Kind of expected that answer, so fair enough. How are you doing anyway today, Grub? How do you feel on your second stream?
Good to be back. Yeah, good to be back. Slight apprehension of what's to come. We'll see what the players throw at us. Between West and I, we have a very short amount of time to be actualizing this, so it's going to be an interesting experiment. I'm quite excited.
You do, if I'm not mistaken, you're only going to have like what, a couple of hours?
Yeah.
You have until like nearly just before 7 PM, so you have like 2.5 hours to create an item.
Yeah,
cool.
It reminds me of the old design streams me Mod Ghost used to do. Those were intense, just to say the least.
They were, but they were also really fun, at least for me to watch them. I don't know about you being under pressure having to make those items, but I enjoyed them a lot.
Yeah, they're good times. I think that I got thrown in at the deep end because my first one with Mod Ghost was I think it was like 8.5 hours where we sat around building up the raids bosses. I think he did Tecton and I worked on the Matadile. And yeah, going back and looking at us creating like going from like no model to finished models and almost rigged in like 8 hours. Yeah, it was a very tough day. I just remember being like a dream state afterwards.
Oh dear. All right. Well, let me quickly re-intro this section then. So what we'll be doing is, first of all, and we'll send off some polls in the chat. The artist brief is what we're going to be doing to begin with, because we need to get all of you guys voting, essentially. So you'll have the opportunity to vote on an item that Grub and West will create in the next 2 hours or so. That will be showed off at the end. They're going to go away, work on it, and return back to present their concept. So, if we can, is there any chance that the first straw poll can be sent into the chat? There's like a series of straw polls that we're going to need to do, I believe, to kind of like fully like break down and get to the bottom of like what kind of item. So if you click into the first straw poll link now, you'll see the type of item that you would like our artist to design, and you have the option between a weapon, a piece of armor, a skilling item, or just item, which I guess is anything else, a generic item. You bet everyone votes item.
I personally, I mean, not to like skew the results or anything, but I'm personally leaning more towards a weapon. I feel like a weapon would be a lot more viable considering the time we have. But
Okay.
maybe a piece of armor would also be quite cool. Yeah, item is a bit open-ended there, but I imagine the polls afterwards would refine that a little bit further.
Okay, perfect. Let me just check. Is there any info in terms of how we will refine it in terms of what item? We will figure that out in a moment. So if you haven't already, check out the link that was posted by Old School RS. Vote in the straw poll. What do you want to see? Weapon, a skilling item, a piece of armor, or just a generic item in general? All right, now, whilst that goes on, we are going to be doing something known as the Scavenger Hunt. So, popping in-game now, we have our contestants, and our contestants consist of mods Bruno, Wolfie, Lenny, Ditto, Tide, Nin, and Zuko. So, what our guests are going to be doing is they are going to be given a random letter, which I will find that letter momentarily by spinning the wheel of choice. They will then have 10 minutes to get their most unique item from Gillinor. These items must be legitimately collected, which means it cannot be brought from the Grand Exchange. It cannot be an item in someone else's bank or spawned in using JMod powers, so no cheating, all right? You are allowed to use the wiki, and the link is, well, basically category items, anything that's listed on there. You're allowed to use one use of a single teleport, so choose wisely. Only one teleport allowed. The use of other transport methods are allowed, so things like gliders, charter ships, etc. And if you do not make it back to the starting location, which is the Grand Exchange that you're in right now, in time, you'll have to spin the Wheel of Doom to see if you still stay in. Well, that sounds ominous. Untradeable items are allowed, because as we are JMods, and you're all JMods, we can check your events. So, I guess if I go onto this wheel of choice, and let's get a random letter. You won't be able to see this, I apologise. Just carry on looking in game, and believe me that I am spinning a wheel, and there's a lot of things on here, including chat's choice. Oh, well, hopefully we get that. All right, I'm spinning it. It's making a sound. It's spinning. It's slowing down. Oof. It was a oh my god. If you could have seen that, it was going to be you, but then it wasn't. It's V. The letter is V. V for Victor. Or Vigora. So I guess I should now probably load up the timer. Okay, timer of 10 minutes. All right. Are you ready, Sani, to tell them to go? I'll give you a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. Let's go. 10 minutes, JMods. Do your best. One item beginning with the letter V. Cool. All right. So if we could now transition away, we can carry on with the straw polls at least to figure out what the artists are going to be creating in the next 2 hours. So we can see the winner of the first poll. That should hopefully tell us what item it is that we're going to be refining a little bit further. Rock in the chat says someone in Void already has it. Oh yeah, Void Knight armor. That's pretty good. However, do you think that it is unique enough to let them get the victory?
I don't know. It would feel a bit obvious considering.
Maybe. And that's the next. Well, they can't really get Vigorous Chain Mace either anymore because I can't said V for Vigora, right? So
yeah, again.
Unlucky.
Obvious.
Oh, plus as well, they've had to have get it from a drop. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, the winner of the first artist poll was Weapon. So you will be designing a weapon, Grub and West. How do you feel about this?
Great. Yeah, I don't know if I led that one a little bit, but yeah, I'm happy with that one. Looking.
It's rigged. All right, cool. So I guess we've got to do we're going to do a second poll now, just to kind of like refine that. What type of weapon? do the chat want you to create. So if you can, Sani, spam the chat with the second poll. Hopefully it's there. Oh, I can see it. The link has appeared. Here it is in chat. All right, there you go, team. Team as in those of you watching the stream. Go and vote. What type of weapon would you like the artist to create? Is it a melee weapon, a ranged weapon, or a magic weapon?
So I've got no preference here. I was going to say that.
I'm voting magic weapon.
Oh, yeah, magic. Interesting.
Mm.
Trying to think of
Yeah, I don't want to see a staff. If magic wins and you create a staff, then we'll... I'm going to be sad.
Trying to think.
Do you have any preference, Grub?
I just also want to pipe the fire's darts. That's original and unique. But apart from that, let's see.
Okay.
And so I have no.
Oh, sorry,
I have
Grub.
no preference. No, it's just like
Okay.
if I have preference now, I think it will break my heart. So we're gonna.
I
Fair
can
enough.
imagine. I sort of see where range might go, considering the hot topics at the moment. Yeah, lots of blowpipe speak in the chat. I mean, if anything,
Alright.
you probably want to avoid creating anything too similar to what we already have.
Yeah, let's not make the sniper pipe, okay, which is the upgrade for the toxic flow pipe. We'll leave that alone. If you don't mind, I can just take a minute or so just to talk to you very fast. I've got you here. For those of you that may, those that are sitting at home watching that might not have seen design streams in the past and such, or even had the pleasure of having an artist on the Q&A. Can you talk to me a little bit about like the processes that you follow? Just general processes, how design ideas come into that, and just I guess your general experience with old school. And it's 8 years, because I imagine a lot has probably changed in terms of the tools that you use. Maybe it hasn't. Let us know.
Yeah, to a degree, tools have definitely made some advancements. I still like to think back to the day when I joined, or at least the year when I joined, and we still had quite the old, had an older version of Jagged, which is our in-house model editor, an older version of map editor as well, which had some interesting limitations to it. One particular one that I'm sure will surprise everyone, but the undo feature, it was not very forgiving. It wouldn't just undo the last thing you did, it would undo a mysterious amount of how many things you just did. So it was always like, just don't undo anything, because you don't know how much you're going to lose. And I don't know if there's a redo option at the time. So yeah, having like a slightly better map editor is definitely better. And I mean, the improvements to Jagged are great as well, but ultimately we're just starting to use more industry standard products like Maya, and yeah, obviously we're still limited to how we can work in that, because some of just the limitations of old school art. So for instance, like there's no like Z buffer, so we have to like manually set the render order of certain things. Can't really do that in Maya, because the concept of that is just why would they make a system that allowed that to happen? So yeah, just having our own tools that sort of interact with those tools like that. In terms of process as well, we had some quite good improvements this year. For a start, we've now got ModGrub with us, so we now have a in-team concept artist, so we have that extra resource. Prior to that, we were relying on the RS3 concept art team a few times, which was great. They got some great artists over there. They did help out with some. I believe we had, I think it's Mod Zephyrseas. I think that's his mod name. He's helped out a lot in the past with things like Song of the Elves, getting the concepts for that. Things like Death's Office, and more recently, Sepulchre as well. Yeah, big hand in that. So yeah, again, a bit more artist concept art time is going to be great going forward, and just improving our like pre-production stage in general. Getting more 2D art down before we start the actual development side of things, which it's coming a long way.
Yeah, I've been really glad to see you join, actually, Grub, with the bringing that edge of the concept art. Not because there was a problem with RuneScape Freeze before, but it was always that resource requirement, and obviously they have to spread resources equally. So knowing now we've got dedicated concept artists is just amazing, and I think we've seen the benefits of that already with something as early as Blow Ice Mountain. I think is the first time that we've included any of your concept art into an actual blog. And I think we touched on this in the Q&A. No, not the Q&A, sorry, the dedicated stream last Wednesday that you were on. And there was a lot of people that were kind of like concerned about what was shown in there and how like concept art helps direct the how the actual models in game will look, and just to be able to have that back and forth so early on. I mean, did you find that useful, Grub? Did it help you at all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's the goal is with the concept artist, that I'll put out a piece of work that we will scrutinize, and we will, I'll take the heat on the design for that. So ideally, when it gets to West or any of the other members of the team, they can have a bit of a smoother run. So yeah, no, that was really, really positive. And yeah, the Below Ice Mountain's a really big deal. That's the first time that an in-house concept artist and then working with the artist has gone through a whole process and had an end result come out of that. So that was actually really big. Massive learning curve for me and for the rest of the team, especially. They helped me out so much with that first draft there. So yeah, it's really interesting. It's interesting having a concept artist in old school. It's so much is happening every single week. The system is changing there, but it's good. I think we're seeing the benefit.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, I think also like just having those extra imagery for blog support as well. It just goes a long way. Gets a better idea of. It means we can show off more and earlier on, because obviously if we showing off finished models, taking feedback on that is a little bit harder than applying that to like a 2D image.
Mm-hmm. So I guess you may have just said that, but I kind of like blanked out West half of the part, I'll be honest with you. But I was saying like in terms of like having concept art from an artist's perspective, because from a CM perspective, when I'm putting out a blog to the players, you're definitely right, is that I believe anyway, and I've had feedback to suggest the same, that players say, oh, I can kind of visualize how this would look. It gets me a little bit more attached to it, maybe more involved with the story behind the item, and then it kind of helps with the feedback process. You can kind of like visualize what it would look like. Okay, if this is how the sword is going to maybe look, then maybe it does warrant having like different slash or crush, for example, or like armor pieces. Does it look more tanky, or should it be more of a nimble piece? And that helps player feedback a lot, especially with the direction, directing that feedback. But from an artist's perspective, being able to see that concept art first and foremost, does that help you with your kind of like vision on creating it in 3D mode? Or do you prefer to not have concept art and just like do your own thing?
Oh yeah, definitely having concept art is miles better. It takes a lot of the questions that you might already have going in. Like, I mean, you still want to work with the concept artist to build the concept. Ultimately, you want to be on a similar page. You want to have some strong supporting imagery beforehand, so sort of and coordinate that with the developer as well, because the designer, so I say, might have a very specific goal in mind. So it's all about alignment really, and just having that, it just makes the process a lot easier, because you might have made without a concept, I'd make the full model, say, of a weapon, and then we'd be like, oh well, actually we want it to be going in more this direction, and you got to make some rather extensive changes to a model. When you've got like when you start with like just a sheet of silhouettes of what you might work with, then you can refine that, and you've already decided on the silhouette, so you don't have to question that again later, and then you can build on certain colors and stuff like that, and it just gets rid of a lot of the mystery going in. It just sets you on. It's just a more efficient process ultimately, and everyone knows what it's going to look like at the end, which is ideal.
All right, well that's great to hear. I'm sorry if I looked shocked during the last few words there. As what you said was like obviously very good, but I mean basically the timer stopped and it just sent off alarm bells in my ears, and I was not expecting it. I was about to jump out my chair. So that does mean that the scavenger hunt time has came to an end. We have got the winner of the second poll as well, which is okay. Well, apparently we did have a winner until just now. Oh no, oh god. Okay, it's tied. It's literally tied between ranged and magic. Someone quickly go and vote. Someone vote quickly. Next vote decides.
Oh
if you haven't already, please click the link.
You would have thought it'd be so close.
It's literally the exact same number. All right. Oh my god, stop it, chat. I swear down. They're voting each one. Okay, it's ranged. No, they're literally doing it. I can't keep, if I keep refreshing it, it just balances itself out. All right, there we go. Ranged. You are creating a ranged item. It's been, that's it. The voting is closed. Okay, no more votes. So now we've got a third poll, which will be coming your way, which will help refine it a little bit further. So you can choose between us creating a bow, a crossbow, a throwing item, or an other ranged item in general. So if you can go ahead and vote in this one, I think this is going to be our last straw poll for the designing side of things anyway. We do have one more straw poll which will help decide who won the scavenger hunt, because it's chat who gets to decide that. But yeah, go and vote bow, crossbow, throwing, or other. I'm going to not tell you what I voted.
I'm seeing in my mind right now machine gun, blowpipe.
A machine gun blowpipe. Whew. You are really looking for that karma tonight on Reddit, right?
I'm curious as to what other would be. I suppose that would be blowpipe, because would that count as darts or throwing?
Interesting. What about if you make it so that you can like throwing and it's a Din's bulwark, but it's throwable and it just like whacks them because it's so heavy?
Like a Din's frisbee. Din's ultimate frisbee, maybe.
Din's ultimate frisbee. There you go. You can break down Din's bulwark into throwable pieces of it that damage the enemy. Oh, that's not, you know, actually, you know what? Pretty good idea. There we go. Coming to a poll near you soon.
I was like Captain America shield. Didn't think of
that. No, neither did I, to be fair. All right, moving on swiftly then on that note, let's have a look. How are people getting on in terms of the scavenger hunt? Their time is up. It looks like everyone made it back. I haven't been told that I need to do the Wheel of Doom, which is kind of sad because I was hyped to see what was in there. But it looks like a very big name. Okay, I'm going to have to full screen this. A very big name has 4 vine seeds. Okay, interesting. I hope someone backstage is taking a note of these. So chat, remember these items. We're going to be getting you to vote on which one you think is the most unique, I think it was. Was that the term we were going with? Yes, the most unique item. All right, who's next? Oh, Nin has a valve wheel from the what's it called? Clock Tower quest. Tower of Life? Clock Tower? Yeah, Tower of Life, sorry. Not Clock Tower. My bad. That's just to the left of it, isn't it? West.
Yeah. Well,
right.
to the east of it.
Northeast, southwest. Well, if you're on the
right,
Tower of Life, it's to the west of it, right?
Oh, yeah, the clock tower.
Yeah, that's why I didn't go with left or right, because left or right doesn't mean anything, because it depends which direction you're facing, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Wolfie has a vodka. All right. Kind of unique, especially if you were doing that quest that one time. Which one was it again?
Oh, Fossil Island flashbacks.
Fossil Island one. Yeah. So. Then it was very unique. Otherwise, normally purchased from a store. Okay, Lenny has got a Verzik Vitor patient record. Ooh, okay. That is pretty unique. Lenny knows what's up. Someone's been going through the old Darkmire area. All right, who's next? Zuko has got a veg ball.
Is that something gnome related?
I assume it's a vegetarian version of a meatball. But I've never seen a veg ball in game before.
Yeah, it's the vegetable ball. It's a gnome recipe, that one.
Okay. Ditto has got a vanilla pod. Pretty good effort.
Make a nice souffle.
And Bruno has got a vase. How nice. A vase. Do you have any pretty flowers to go with that, Bruno? Okay. Well, those are our items. Pick up the twisted bow. Yeah, can one of the JMOs just spawn about 50 twisted bows and leave them all on the floor? All right, we're going to get an extra poll anyway that will let you vote on which one of those items you think is the most unique. So you don't have to remember them all by name. They should hopefully be listed. I'm still sad there's no Wheel of Doom. Can I spin the Wheel of Doom? I'm going to spin it anyway just to see what was on there. Oh, it's just a load
we-
of dooms. Oh,
Oh.
well,
Says what it says on the tin. What are we thinking? I'm thinking Verzic personally. That seems the most. The patient record seems most unique.
yeah, I would probably say so this myself, but I mean, the fact that I didn't know what a vegetable was probably should mean that I should take that.
I was also quite impressed by the vase. I think that's from the Fremlake trials. So it's a fairly niche quest item there as well.
Bruno being sneaky, smuggling items out of quests.
Let's see how the results go in. Oh, I think I called it.
Cool. The poll is in. Let's have a look at the results. So, whilst we get the results in from that, we have one more thing to announce that isn't related to a scavenger hunt that you got to vote on. We are going to be doing an art competition. Yes, we are. So, we are basically hosting a player designed competition where you lovely folk have the opportunity, if you wish, to design a hat that we will feature in game that can be collected by visiting Diango. So you can create whatever style and type of hat you like. The only rule is to feature the color of a banana. I don't know why we couldn't just say yellow, but the color of a banana. Yeah, well, actually, some bananas are brown as well. Like, what if the banana's gone like over ripened? I guess technically you could have a really dark brown hat as well if you wanted.
Or include just all the colors of bananas, from the greens.
This is open
to
to
the
interpretation.
Yellows.
All right. Well, get creative, basically. So basically, you'll have 4 weeks from today, which means up until the 21st of March, and the winner will be decided by a poll the following week. And if it passes, it will then be implemented into the game. So you'll have the opportunity for your design to be added into the poll booth that players will get to vote on. And then after that, if it does pass, it will get added in and you can claim it from Diango. If you want to enter, submit your entry by using any relevant social channel and use the hashtag OSRS design a hat with your post. Okay. I think we probably have a command that is available for that. Do we? Oh. No. Not yet. So I will post that in chat, the hashtag for you. If I can find it again. Arnie is going to be working on a command so that you can get all the info. But basically, from now until the 21st of March, you have 4 weeks to design your own hat that is based around the color of a banana. Other than that, you can do whatever the heck you want. We'll poll it in game to all the players. If it passes, it will be implemented. Just do hashtag OSRS design a hat with your post. So on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, I guess TikTok too as well if you're using that. Cool. All right, and I guess we can look at the results now of the scavenger hunt, if possible. Oh, I guess I'm looking at the results because I've got them on my screen. All right, Lenny won with the Verzic Vitor patient record. Ooh, congratulations, Lenny, you are the winner. Yay. All right. Oh, someone's now turned into Vorkath. Great. Oh no, someone spawned Vorkath. Okay. Clearly, JMod's having fun doing some debug procking on there. Do you know what? It would be cool actually. I don't know if you ever West or Grub, if you've ever been in game, like live game on your JMod account, you can like transmog into to different NPCs. I reckon we should add the ability to like actually transmog into them and get their abilities. Oh no, I think that would be cool. I want to go to
players.
Yeah, maybe not players, because obviously that's got a lot of potential for abuse. Even though we couldn't kill anyone, I guess we wanted to in game. But yeah, I don't know, like just going to Lumbridge, rocking up, seeing a lot of noobs, and there's Vorkath just there spitting out like a fire barrage at a man. That'll be cool.
Yeah, reminds me of a past stream where there was an Armador boss who maybe kill a few people he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, I remember that happening too. I also remember when a certain JMod accidentally killed things in game too, and that caused a lot of controversy. So I'm not doing that this birthday event. I can tell you that much. All right, okay. I think I have gone over on our allocated time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you didn't get a huge opportunity to input Westergrub, but is there anything that you wanted to close off this little segment with? Any final words?
Well, the ranged weapon that it looks like we're going to go with is quite
Oh yeah,
open-ended.
what's the top of the ranged weapon? Good point.
It's
didn't even-
it's currently it's currently other. So
Other.
the way I'm going to interpret this is it can't be a crossbow, it can't be a bow, and it can't be throwing. So we're gonna have to think outside the box here, Grub.
Someone said a shoe, and I've been enjoying that quite a lot.
The classic ranged
shoe.
weapon. Maybe like a slingshot that fires shoes, maybe, so you can kick people from a distance.
Maybe you can just
my
make the
God.
Captain America, but not Captain America shield, West.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe experiment with some hand cannons, because that was a thing in the day, wasn't it?
Ooh, I remember hand cannon. That was the one that had the chance to explode on you, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
That was cool. Yeah. Great times in Edgewall.
Let's see what they're saying.
Okay, so take me one more time. Take me through it. Take me through it. My mind is primed. What have we got to do? Ranged weapon.
So you are creating a ranged weapon that is not a crossbow, not a bow, and not a throwing knife or dart.
Can't be a javelin.
I mean, technically, it's still throwing, and javelins exist. So
yeah, javelins are a bit strange in old school, aren't they? Because they used to be throwing weapons, but now they're ammunition for ballistas. So yeah. Although we got the PvP javelins as well, don't we? Still.
there is Morrigan's javelins in LMS. Well,
so yeah.
All I'm going to say is good luck, West. Good luck, Grub. Have fun trying to create a ranged weapon that isn't a crossbow, isn't a bow, and isn't a throwing item. And I guess we'll see what you're able to do in the next 2 hours.
Indeed. I think we're getting a little checkup at the midpoint.
Yeah, we'll be
up.
dropping by and asking for your progress update as we go along the stream, just so that people can see how it's getting along.
Awesome.
Cool. I have definitely ran over, so I'm going to just wrap things up here. Remember, hashtag OSRS designer hat with your post designer hat in the next 4 weeks, based around the color of banana. But other than that, do whatever the heck else you would like, and it might get its way into game. Aside from that, if you haven't already, check out the Steam listing, !Steam. And if you haven't already, please do go and wishlist it. I know that there are many of you out there that are, wishing to continue using the client that you're using at the moment, and that is fine. But if you could at least wishlist the Steam client by using !Steam and following the link, it would be a massive help to us and all of the new players that we hope to reach when Steam launches fully in 2 days, which is crazy to think that it's going around so fast. All right, that is it from myself, West, and Grub. Thank you both for being here. We've got the League's data live stream coming up next, which we'll intro at that point. Other than that, it's been a pleasure. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Old School RuneScape's 8th birthday live stream. I am joined by the wonderful mods Ditto, Nasty, and Flippy. You may not have seen Ditto before. I think this is the first time you've been on stream. Is it not, Ditto? Welcome.
Yeah, this is my first time on stream. Thank you.
And those of you who may not know Nasty, but Nasty's been on stream a few times before. Typically the birthday streams actually to talk about data, because lo and behold, both Nasty and Ditto are from the data team that we have in-house. And then
Yeah, I had hair
hopefully...
back then.
So was that, sorry?
Yeah, I had hair back then, so I might not recognise me.
I've been so tempted to shave mine off as well, honestly. It's just getting to that point now. I'm like,
First day of lockdown.
Yeah, I should have done it first day too. Then if I didn't like it, it would have grown back now, but we'll see. Yeah, and I hope you all recognise Flippy, who has been on a few streams before.
Hello.
All right. Hey, well, I got the chance, I guess. Let's just see how are you all doing. I'll start with you, Ditto, because you're the top right of the screen, and we'll just go around in that order. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. A little bit nervous for my first stream, but excited to be here.
Don't be. I'm sure all of chat will be behaving for the next hour or so that will be on screen. So one thing that I've been asked is to ask each of you what your experience on Trailblazer was. Actually, to be fair, I probably should say what we're doing. Oh, I introduced everyone, didn't tell you what we're doing. Oops. Yeah, I'm a really good host. So in this stream, this segment of the stream, we're going to go over the league's data from Trailblazer. So if you're interested in any of the stats from Trailblazer, if you've been asking for more information in terms of how that league went down, this is the place to be. So yeah, now that I've gave that context, what was your experience with Trailblazer, and what did you think of the last league, Ditto?
My experience with Trailblazer, this was my first league that I've participated in. I got maybe a little bit too into it. Ended up after all day on Old School going back and spending more time on the league, but I really enjoyed it.
Good. I'm glad. It was a really fun league. It was as good as the first one was, the Twisted League. Trailblazer was just like, oh my god, it wasn't even comparable. It was just like a completely different game. It was amazing. I had a great amount of fun too. How are you doing today, Nasty? And what was your experience of Trailblazer? / what did you think of the league?
Not bad, yeah. I didn't actually participate in Trailblazer. I played Twisted League a little bit, but this time around it just didn't fall in a good time of year for me to spend some time on it. Unfortunately, so my experience is entirely from the analytics standpoint, and I did quite a bit of the tracking for it and stuff like that.
I was going to say, with the amount of it's hard to give context without saying things that I'm not at the liberty to say at the moment, but the amount of things that have been going on in the background in terms of data and the stuff you've had to work on, it's no surprise that I guess you didn't want to, but still.
Yeah, it came out really
the
busy
time,
year for
Nasty.
us.
Ditto found the time to play. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she's making me look bad.
All right, and then I'll move on swiftly. Flippy, how are you doing today? And what was your experience of Trailblazer / what did you think of it?
Hello, I'm great today. I think it's when you're really hands deep in something, design-wise and creating it, you're kind of always scared that you're not going to be able to enjoy it as much because you know the ins and outs, everything that's behind the scenes and stuff. But I got very addicted very quickly, and I spent a lot of an unhealthy amount with no sleep, as most other players did as well. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I still find myself, using the seed pod, going up to the tree and looking for my last recall, sort of. So it's good.
Good. So I guess we have the opportunity now to go into some of these stats. Just double checking that we're going to be able to. So what we'll do is we've got a presentation that we're going to run through with various different slides on it and such. And then at the end of that, we're going to show some heat maps that will show off some areas of the most XP gained and the most places people died and stuff like that. So if we're able to, can we just get straight into the presentation, please, with the production team? All right. Trailblazer by the numbers. Cool. Let's get straight into it. All right, does anyone want to go through this slide for me? Pretty
The slide of the
self-explanatory,
areas.
Yeah, so yes,
Okay.
the areas of choice that people chose. Obviously, Kandarin, a lot of content there. It's probably the biggest area. So not really much to say there. And Desert, of course, there's not a lot there. They're quite obvious
Yeah.
choices. I was
It
quite
didn't
surprised
really
that Wilderness
come as
wasn't
a-
bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really come as a surprise that we would see numbers like this. We have the Sand People in the bottom, and we have Kandarin obviously as the superior region. We could have guessed this even before we launched the league, and I think to a certain extent that's completely fine as well, because I think each league will sort of bring its own meta, you know, with the most popular and unpopular choices. So as long as we rotate that, it should be fine.
Cool. Yeah, so I was going to ask if, you thought there was an issue in terms of the weighting towards certain areas, but obviously I think, we all knew some areas were going to be worse, and it was more about preference. For those of you that don't know, if you didn't play Trailblazer, you basically had to choose a certain amount of areas that you could explore in, and you were locked to those areas. You couldn't ever, change them or unlock more areas. You were limited in your options, so hence why showing the breakdown here clearly shows Kandarin is a massive favourite at least, so no surprise there really, I don't think. Alright, if we can go over to the next slide. Cool. So this one is a little bit more involved, I guess, with the numbers, not as easy to read as a graph. Can someone tell me what I'm seeing on screen? Other than the area
so
breakdown.
all the way to the left, you have what players picked as their first area after the initial two that they were given. We can see that Kandarin is by far the most common first pick there. It's not even close to any others. And then the second picks is the second area people picked. Third is the third. So it just gives you a little bit better of an idea of what people were picking as their first choices and what they were picking later on.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, were you going to say something, Flippy?
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. Can we go to the next one then, please?
That essentially shows the same numbers as before, just in chart form, so we can see what people are picking first, second, and third, and then just compare the numbers in total.
Awesome. Are there any surprises in here that anyone has seen from before? But comparing like the region picks in terms of like how they were actually broke down as to when they were picked. And they were Flippy.
I mean,
the dancing.
I don't know. I think not so much with this slide in particular. I think this makes sense. We saw a lot of like early game Kandarin. We saw some late game Mauritania and Fremennik, and Ascornia I think was always a good in-between choice. So I think this makes sense overall. I think I was surprised so few people like in total picked Fremennik. I think we saw a lot of value coming out of that, even like mid-league, but yeah.
I see some people pointing out that the Mauritania 47k is taller than the 53k Asgarnia, which is true. Yeah, we saw that as well. We didn't actually make these slides. It was we sent data across and it's made pretty by the wonderful people in creative services.
Yeah, I just realised that as well. Actually. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I cut you off earlier, Ditto, when I asked Flippy, was there anything you wanted to add?
Oh, I was just going to say that I was surprised how skewed some of them are. Like, I was surprised that while there's such a huge number of people that picked Kandarin first, it really, towards the end, gets a lot lower. Same thing with Mauritania. I would have expected more people to be picking it first than that, but yeah, I was surprised by that.
Okay, well, if we can go on to the next slide then, please. Okay, so area paths. 210 paths and 37 combinations. all potential paths were taken. So you're telling me there was one person, at least, well, not one person, but, well, I mean, yeah. Somehow every single combination of paths was selected by someone somewhere.
I think one of them was in the low single digits as well.
So someone took something like, they started off with wilderness, continued on to like Tiranwin or Fremenic, and then did desert as the last area.
I think
Yeah,
I think that we actually have some.
Yep.
Impressive. Sorry,
Who was that?
I think we do actually have the breakdowns.
We do actually.
In terms of the past. Oh, did we just gonna say the same
we have
thing
both
then?
the most common and least common. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I think I'm lagging a little bit.
Ah, okay. So here we can see in terms of like what those paths were and how many players chose that particular path. Wow. The first two paths are quite
so we can
interesting,
see.
All right, I'll go. I picked I think I picked Kandarin, Asgarnia, and Fremenic. So I still consider myself sort of a meta slave, being in 4th place, ranking from meta down to well down. What different paths did you guys take?
I took Kandarin, Asgarnia, Mauritania, the most popular one.
I actually went Kandarin, Tiranwin, Mauritania. So 9th.
I got the ones the tutorial gave you, and that was about as far as I got with it.
Oh god.
Cool.
Just double checking, I actually got it. Yeah, I did choose Kandarin. I was like, did I actually? It definitely was, because I remember with my Grand Seed pod, it was very useful. So I'm definitely not meta slave in that one. I was low down, but it was actually really fun taking that route. Oh, okay. Well, this is interesting. How did we get one with 45,000 people on a different slide? Okay.
So this is unordered. So that first one is just anyone who in any order picked Asgarnia, Kandarin, and Mauritania. So it includes the first two on the previous slide, but it also includes any other order.
Cool, that makes sense. I realised I shouted out, okay, just before you mentioned that, Ditto, because production had explained it, and I completely forgot that they can't hear production. So obviously really popular choice, Asgarnia, Kandarin, and Mauritania, which I think we probably would have expected, right, given the amount of content that was available in all of them. It covers like God Wars Dungeon, it covers Fear of Blood and Nightmare and all that kind of stuff, where those that were looking for that PVM and the gear drops, that's kind of like the top tier choice back then, wasn't it, really?
Yep, definitely.
Cool, we go to the next one. Here we go.
So this one's specifically looking at Dragon Rank players, so that was the top 1% of all players, which we do still see the top 3 most popular being the same, and honestly most of the most popular are pretty similar to the general population here.
I think it's interesting to see that people were able to get Dragon Rank with what wasn't really considered the meta in terms of the path combinations. Some of these unlocks that people have got on Asgarnia, Kandarin, and Wilderness. I think with having like at least Asgarnia, I guess you get the option to do what's it called? It's God Wars Dungeon within Asgarnia, right?
Yep.
So they would have at least had that. Like that was a lot of points in God Wars Dungeon, but yeah, even with the desert as well. I think the desert was like the least in terms of points that you could get from there. Not by a huge amount. I think if I'm not mistaken, Flippy, or anyone in fact actually might know, there was like 3 areas that were at the bottom of the amount of like potential points that you could get, but there wasn't a huge difference between them, was there?
No, there was never a big difference. I think in the beginning it was really a big difference, but we sort of tuned down some of the more popular areas and gave the other ones a few more points. But at the end of the day, it's not so much about the total amount of points in an area. It's more so how easy the points are to get. Because unless you're planning on, collecting all the points from one area, it doesn't really matter how much they hold. It just gives you a bit more option. But then again, it doesn't make a massive difference having sort of 5% more tasks to play around with. It's more so how easy they are to complete.
Okay. Oh, here we go. There's some one players here.
So these were the least chosen or the most unique paths. So we did have some with just one player or just two players, but in the end, all of them were picked at least once.
I'm just trying to understand the mindset of going Fremenic into Wilderness and then Mori.
Some of these, when I was looking at them originally, I kind of have this dichotomy of, is this someone who was not thinking about their paths at all and just picking things, or is this someone who has some crazy meta that they know exactly what they're doing and there's some very specific reason why they're picking these things in this order?
That is interesting. I would, I guess this is a reason why there's only one player. So I'd say I would never choose to go Fremenic, Mauritania, then Wilderness.
Yeah, they're playing on hard mode there, for sure.
Quite literally. Maybe that's what it was. It was just when I played Trailblazer, I didn't try to do be at the top of points. I just wanted to do the things I wouldn't normally do in game. It was like a bit of a learning experience and just to have fun. Maybe they were doing the same. Maybe the absolute time of their lives in the Fremenic, Mauritania wilderness.
Probably.
Maybe. We hope.
And then this is that same paths, except this is unordered. So anyone who's picked Mauritania, Fremenic, or Wilderness in any order is included there.
Makes sense. Probably the regions with the least amount of synergy, right? Like Kandarin and Ascarnia, for example, are two regions that work super well together, while Fremenic and Wilderness, or maybe Mauritania and Wilderness even more so, don't really work very well together. There's not a lot of overlapping things.
Yeah, because a lot of the choice between your areas was about the synergy between the content that was available and how that would help you with other pieces of content. For example, and as well, which relics you were choosing. So if you were going down the mage route, for example, you'd want to make sure you can get access to things like the occult, the tormented bracelet, anything to try and increase your magic accuracy and damage. You wouldn't really have been able to get that without choosing your areas very specifically. Which actually was there's a lot, when you think about all of those choices, it really makes you think about a lot of the planning that you could do when it came to Trailblazer, and maybe some shortfalls that we can learn from as well in the future. With knowing that desert required for ancients obviously meant that one area was locked out, but the desert doesn't really offer you anything in terms of actual uniques and rewards. So then you're almost like you're already set back a little bit potentially, but you get access to ancient magics, which we made really strong in Trailblazer, so maybe that helped offset it. Okay.
Impressive.
When it came to dragon players, they didn't pick every single path, but there were certainly a lot of unique paths for dragon players.
One person again. Asgarnia, Tyranno, and Wilderness. I'm really surprised at the Wilderness last pick. Oh, actually, to be fair, thinking about it, if you... Sorry, go on, Deo.
I was just going to say, I don't think that these are ordered.
Okay, so these are just those three areas in general, rather than one after the other, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, I can kind of maybe see Wilderness, because there was like 800 points available in Wilderness for, like, I think for Hunter alone. And if you have like Tyranwin, you have box traps. So I guess, yeah, maybe there was some thought behind that there was a potential for some like last, points that people wouldn't normally get. Maybe it's less populated, so more chance to like grind out the areas and go for those longer grinds with the more points. Maybe.
I guess it looks like a decent build for sort of just sitting in rev caves entirely.
Good point. I always forget about the just all the different things in there. The wilderness bosses, rev caves. There's also the Slayer dungeon. I don't know how much of that was points though, but it does give you a lot of opportunity, I guess, for AFK rev farming. Nice. Okay, so we're moving into relic breakdowns now.
Yeah, so a much more even split on the first relic this time around than last time.
Yeah, and then you look at the tier 2 relic and it's like, oh, maybe not such an even breakdown.
The first one, was a nice even.
Yeah, it's not too unexpected that we ended up in this position. We went a bit crazier this year with the relic design, and I think for a good reason as well. I think we've hit a good level of crazy now, which is nice. So now maybe we can start focus on sort of actually getting them to a good balanced state as well. It is hard to like many games have, sort of PBEs or whatever they might call it, where they just launch the update like months ahead to a large group of players, like hundreds of thousands or even more, and they get to test all of this out and look out for these sort of things. We sit for a few days or weeks maybe in a very, very small team testing these things and just try to get it to become a tough enough choice. So obviously we end up in situations like this sometimes where one relic is very, very dominant. But at the same time, it was a really fun relic. We saw a lot of appreciation for it, so I don't regret it a bit.
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of fun with that relic. I know we've just moved on to this next slide, but Flippy, if you had the opportunity to add it again, would you put Last Recall back into the next league?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you said that.
Perhaps not with a teleport to boss rooms. Maybe like a revised Last Recall, but yes, I would.
Okay. Well, that's good, because I'm really interested to see what the heck we're going to have to bring out to kind of like rival Last Recall and its power. So that's going to be very interesting. So looking at tier 3 and tier 4 relics now, obviously a few standouts here, especially when it comes to tier 4. But tier 3 is interesting. I don't know if anyone wants to touch on these.
These were the age range ones, right?
Yeah, yep. This is the combat styles. Not really a surprise either here. Melee is and have always been like a reliable attack style, I think, in old school. It has a steady progression with weapons all the way, and it's also sort of a comfort pick, to be honest. There's less things to think about and worry about. So it makes sense. We had plenty of people in-house that picked either quick shot or double cast and did super well. I don't think any of them were worse than melee, to be honest. But yeah, interesting.
And then, I mean, yeah, I don't think we need to talk much about the tier 4. It was quite obviously one-sided to the unnatural selection, which I don't think that was helped by the fact that the third relic option of that tier had to be pulled just before the release, and I think if it was there, we'd probably see a little bit of a better split, right? But anyway, we digress. Looking at tier 5 and tier 6, Botanist actually taking the spotlight here, and Draining Strikes being not too far away from Weapon Specialist. So yeah, that's quite interesting. I guess kind of expected with Botanist's strength. The the permanent boosts were a great kind of like addition and time save. Equilibrium, pretty good if you were looking to get the more total levels, because even the smallest like menial tasks got you a lot of experience that you wouldn't normally get. I'm really surprised to see how high Infernal Gathering is as well, honestly. I didn't expect it to be 18% of choice.
I'm not so surprised about Infernal Gathering. I think there's always going to be that one, like, group of people who see something that is like, oh, I get more logs, or this happens automatically to my logs, or fishing, or whatever. The gatherers out there who are just looking for like any sort of quality of life they can get when it comes to gathering.
Yeah,
AFKers,
definitely.
maybe I should call them.
Yeah, I was going to say it definitely supported the AFK play style like to the absolute max. I think it was Mika actually that was posting screenshots of just getting like 200 mils in like the gathering skills that are available, because you could just sit there entirely AFK the whole time with the what is it called, the banking one. I can't remember what it's called now. Endless Gathering, was it? I think.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Whew. I had to like delve into the back of my memory to remember that one. Oh dear. And then tier 6, which Chads chose Exploding Attacks. Absolutely brilliant.
Alphas.
Yeah. I think we also had some people in-house who picked Exploding Attacks, who argued that it was definitely on par in terms of strength to the other relics. I still wish even though we didn't have to make it stronger, I wish we could have made it a more popular relic, because I think it's a fun dream that everyone has probably had at some point of, being able to AoE everything. Obviously not having multi-combat everywhere in old school really does make it more niche, but yeah, maybe we can bring it back at some point with some different parameters.
Yeah, potentially. I think just off face value, Draining Strikes and Weapon Specialists sounded more useful to like the average player. When you're told that you can get HP and prayer back from just doing melee, I mean, that's great, again, especially to help enforce that AFK-ness and to be able to just spec things down instantly. Well, if you've got BGS or an SGS, that also helps you really massively. But we saw some really cool metas coming out with Exploding Attacks, especially Theatre of Blood against Verzik. The web phase just doesn't exist anymore because they all just get destroyed. And getting 200 mil all in melees was like, yeah, fully speedified. But I think it was like 8 to 9 mil XP an hour people were getting with that, in the skeletal tunnels and stuff, like Monkey Madness tunnels and whatnot. It was pretty cool to see. So, yeah. Okay, someone's going to have to go through this one for me.
Yeah, so that's got the total number of paths that you could choose from, 486. It's got the calculation above it. And not all of them were taken. There were 52 that nobody chose. And 47 people who chose unique paths that no one else took. Which I think is quite interesting. It means that you had a unique thought process.
Interesting. So a little bit different from the area paths then, because obviously with the area paths, every combination was picked at least once, right? But when it came to the relic options,
yeah,
I guess it's understandable. There's more relic options to choose from in combinations. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, a few of the relics were chosen like a very small proportion of the time.
I do wonder how much influence Wooks had on this this chosen complete path. So Skilling Prodigy and up to Weapon Specialist, because he was obviously like really early on, maybe even first in unlocking the relic. I can't remember at this point. But he was streaming when he was going into God Wars with Last Recall and Weapon Specialist, and I do wonder how many people he sort of impacted by showing that strategy.
Mm-hmm. I think it probably would actually be a fair amount. Some people in chat were saying that Weeks didn't take Botanist, he took Equilibrium. I remember watching Weeks, and I think he said, if he was, I think he said if he was gonna, like Botanist was the stronger relic, but he wanted Equilibrium because he wasn't gonna plan on playing as long as other people, so it helped him get the levels faster. Yeah. But I imagine it did, especially like the number is just around about like his average view count during the the league. So I wonder if there was like a little
Yeah.
bit of correlation there. Okay, Ditto, could you run through this one with us? What are the? I mean, we've seen a screen and there's some highlighted boxes.
I did not personally highlight those boxes, but the screen is showing just the most common paths for people who picked all the relics. I think they may be highlighted just to, it emphasizes how common some of them were. I mean, all of the most common paths had last recall in them. For me, something that was the most interesting here was what a split there was between the 3 tier 1 relics. Where yes, the path with skilling prodigy is the first, but then the other 2 are the second and third. And I thought it might be a little bit more like one of them might be a little bit more popular up there.
Okay. I guess the highlighting part.
And my
makes
path
sense
is not
with
on
the-
there.
Oh, what was your path this day? What did you take?
Oh, I Endless Harvest, Eternal Jeweler, Fluid Strikes, Unnatural Selection, Botanist, Weapon Specialist. I think I regret picking Eternal Jeweler. Like, it was fun while I was doing it, and then I was watching people use Last Recall and thinking about it, like, maybe I shouldn't have picked this.
I mean, I think it's probably, you know, there's a fair few people that felt the same way, and I think some people re-rolled as a result, but I was so close to picking Eternal Jeweler, because on face value, it sounded cool, and I was like, why do I ever need to go back to where I just teleported from? Like, I'm teleporting because I've left that area, and then it suddenly clicked, and I was like, wait a second, no, Last Recall's broken. But yeah, just by reading the relic description, I think it made Last Recall not sound as powerful as it actually was. It wasn't until, in practice, you saw it happening, and suddenly you realised all the opportunities that it presented. But you can clearly see that for the most part, and from the pie chart before, it was like 96% or something crazy chose Last Recall. So pretty crazy indeed. We can go to the next slide, please. All right, so this is now the same, but for Dragon rank. So we're looking at the top 1% of players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot more of a mix there in the tier 3 relics. Sort of like what we were talking about earlier with them a bit more. Not necessarily one better than the other, but maybe one more preferred style. Melee, of course.
Yep. Everyone chose Last Recall and an actual selection, though.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think a note came through just to say that the top 3 from the previous slide were all the same with different relics, but the top 3 in the Dragon rank are the same again, but the only difference being draining instead of weapon spec. Like, the last tier 6 one is the thing that changed the most.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I think do you know what? We'll just go to the next slide, and I'm just going to pretend that the info that I read out was accurate, because it's to do with this slide, and it's really confusing to try and remember at which point it was sent to me in the presentation. So I'm just not going to do that again. All right, here we go. Let's have a look at tasks completed. This is obviously the actual tasks themselves as part of the Trailblazer League. So it's not like a Slayer task. It's the number of tasks that rewarded points. So there was a total of 968 possible tasks, and 51.7 million of them. 51.7 million of them were completed.
That's impressive.
That's pretty crazy. All right, the most completed tasks, lo and behold, are all the starting ones.
Yep.
Nothing really surprising here.
Ooh, least completed.
Ooh.
One person did full gilded.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that
incredible.
actually
Pretty
is
sure.
pretty impressive. Genuinely
RNG.
pretty impressive. Although I'd probably feeling pretty sad. That actually, would I be feeling sad? It's like temporary game mode. You get all that luck to get full gilded in like, what is it, a couple of months? Pretty crazy. Why didn't we get to see them in the in like the end of the Trailblazer when we were closing it down? We got everyone to come together in their best outfits. That would have definitely won a bond.
Right? The flex. We also saw 3 people obtaining a rune crossbow from a lucky impling. So.
I saw one of those prop up on the Reddit.
Yeah, same.
Let's have a look. The Theatre of Blood, 350 times, 500 times. So I don't imagine that there were many solos happening. So I think that's still a team effort. But yeah, we look at only 11 people completed the Theatre of Blood 350 times, and 3 people did it 500 times. So imagine that they were a trio just seshing out Theatre of Blood over and over and over and over. That's
a disgusting amount of tob.
Or some like really dedicated players who were doing with different people each time, and you know, if they're there all the time, they're gonna collect all the kill streaks. Well, not streaks, but you know, AC.
Mayhaps. Oh my god, I've just seen. Sorry, I can't wait till you get to see this. I just got a quick update on how the artists are doing with the ranged weapon that isn't a crossbow, isn't a bow, or isn't a thrown item. just peep the chat in our internal chat, and we'll hopefully be able to share that with you later on. But it is ridiculous. In the meantime, we're looking at the most completed tasks by region. We've just built some hype for this now. So yeah, a lot of people like catching salmon, entering Taverley Dungeon, visit the Gnome Tree Stronghold. Anything on here that kind of like, I don't know, shouts out to anyone as being odd? I think they all kind of like make sense on here at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
was kind of hoping Killer Goblin would be the first task this is most. I thought it was most tasks as the first completion. Yeah, it makes sense though.
Cool. All right, this one. Oh, here we go. Least completed task by region. Please say it's goblins. It is not. All right, so the least completed. Oh, complete the Inferno 20 times. Who'd have thought? Equip a dragon plate body, a dragon kite shield. It's pretty RNG dependent, so I guess yeah.
And then like
50
equip some prims, Pegasian and Eternal. I think that's largely due to the task being reliant on having the desert for Eternal boots. So obviously there's going to be some tasks like that.
Ah, of course. I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking it was bad
and
RNG.
The red chin cave as well is also dependent on some other area.
Mm-hmm. However, equipping a crystal crown, I mean, that one is just a flex in its own right. The amount of GP that you have to get together to make that happen. Yeah. I mean, it's a good job that it is a Tyran win task, because at least you get the gauntlet, and that thing just pumps out GP. So, yeah.
Does anyone know how many points that is for equipping that? It sounds like a huge waste.
I think it was like 500, wasn't it? It was like a master task, I'm pretty sure.
Not too bad then.
But I could be wrong. I typically am, so. All right, we can move on to the next one now. Okay, so region choices. This is just another way of showing it out, I guess.
This is actually showing the mean and median points for people who picked each region. So anyone who picked Kandarin at any time, for example, what the mean and median of those are. So we can get an idea of which were actually better for points and which were not as great. There's not, okay. I mean, there's no drastic differences here, but we do see Kandarin players tending to have the most points, and Wilderness being on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the amount of like areas and different tasks that are available, it's not actually, as you say, it's not that bad. I mean, 3,000 points like median is pretty big of a difference, but when you look like the mean, like 3k between them. But I don't know. The last four at least seem pretty even. We'll just get rid of Kandarin, Mauritania, and Tyranwin next time.
Easy.
Yeah, that will work, right, Flippy?
Right?
So this is just giving an idea of what the average player looks like from each tier. So just the bronze tier doesn't include any of the tiers higher. It's just the people in that one tier.
Okay, interesting.
And there are more of
I'm
these.
just
They
like
go all the way up to dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Hopefully, we can see the rest of them. I'm just looking at them now to kind of like, figure out the, excuse me, the progression here at least. But it's nice. You can see like, there's at least from bronze to steel. There's no crazy jumps up. It seems to make sense. Although the difference in points between iron and steel tier is pretty drastic. There's like, you just get an extra 3,000 points typically if you're in there. But again, also makes sense because you double the combat level. You've done a lot more quests at that point. You double the total level as well. So,
Yeah.
All right, we go to the next one, please. Bronze tier crawled so that dragon tier could fly. Nice. I'm just I love little things written in chat every now and then. Thanks for that mythic line. Oh, okay. So this one is actually pretty interesting then. So like even at adamant tier, most people at that point were pretty close to getting max combat. Yeah. Even the combat level for mithril tier is like fairly high. I know it's not high in the grand scheme of things with Trailblazer because it was accelerated, but I guess it just goes to show how much people were putting in, even at like the lower tiers. They were still putting in a decent amount of time, like 12k points. Yeah, it's not too bad at all.
Yeah.
And then you look at the difference though.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was just going to say, sorry, Flippy, I was like, you look at the difference then between Mithril and Rune, and it's like, oh, okay. They're not even on the same league.
Yeah. At the same time, it's surprising to see, though, that the top 5% of all the players weren't max combat. But I guess that's also because there's a lot of like skillers that sort of bring down the average, probably.
They're getting close to max total there, though. That's only the top 5% as well.
True.
Yeah.
This is prayer holding them back.
Cool.
Then we have our dragon tier.
That's when it starts to get really competitive, super sweaty. Like we're talking max
average
total, basically.
60k points.
That is actually insane. Average completion of 569 tasks. Damn.
It was in total.
Someone's saying 2,276 unlucky. True.
Just couldn't quite make it that last level. Well, there was a task though, wasn't there, for maxing?
Yeah, there was. So the average person missed out.
Oh, unlucky. I guess if you didn't need to, you didn't need to, right?
Yeah.
So these are just in the first hour of Trailblazer. Pretty much everything that, not everything that happened, but some stats just from then. The mass deforestation of Lumbridge was one of them. More than 300,000 trees cut down. I was surprised at how large some of these numbers were.
Yeah, that's impressive.
It's a lot of sheep sheared.
Yeah.
Really is.
Naked sheep.
I don't know if that was a strat to like go rush sheep shearer to get some points. I don't know if it was a task.
Yeah, I wonder what the logic behind that was. Maybe it was just the easy crafting experience at the start, like just to boost your level up so you could start doing something else. And it just made sense to do it alongside as a quest. Because you get a little bit of XP for spinning the wool, right? And with Trailblazer XP multipliers, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe people
perhaps.
just like quests. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. Some fastest boss kill times. Vorkath was felled in 29.4 seconds. Whew. Spirit of Blood, 13 minutes 12 seconds. That is quick. 2 minutes 21 for the Nightmare. I think actually it's been killed faster in live game, hasn't it? The Nightmare. Pretty sure the record is it lower than that?
Not sure
Or is
what
it
the
like?
record is.
It's probably nowhere near 2 minutes 20 now. I think about it. I remember seeing a post recently with the record being beat. So I remember when we talked about the potential of resetting kill times. They were like, "Oh, I guess we'll have to get a achievement again in terms of the world record." So I think it is sub 2 minutes in live game. I'm pretty sure it was Oblivion that did
someone
it. Someone
said Oblivion did 158.
158. Well, there you go then. Who needs Trailblazer?
I mean, I guess
The Gauntlet.
they've probably got max gear in the main game, and they've just got the fluid strikes and stuff to carry them in Trailblazer. Not necessarily everything.
Very true. Very true. 1 minute 42 for Gauntlet is very interesting. I think, given the fact that you had fluid strikes, probably Gauntlet 2 minutes 20.
It's the same time as the Nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah, bang on. It's literally the same. The Hallowed Sepulchre was completed in 5 minutes 34. If Husky was here, we could ask. Does anyone know how that compares to main game? If you know in chat, how do these compare? If you want to post them in, I'll have a quick glance over. The agility course done in 1 minute 1 second. Okay, all right, we got some boss kills now. That's a lot of boss kills.
It's a lot of bandos.
Yep.
Oh,
okay, so
low.
Yeah, I guess it's
It
because
makes
there's no
sense,
real need for
I feel
Kriara,
like.
though, right?
No, and also Kriara is like by far the most annoying to kill. Like if you have fluid strikes, you can just sort of bash Sarah with Staff of the Dead, and Krill Krill ain't that difficult. Well, yeah, neither Bandos or Krill are really difficult, right? There's no real strategy going into that, so it's really only like Armadillo where you have to do chins, and it's just annoying. Especially if you don't have a quick shot.
Makes sense when you factor in like how popular Fluid Strikes was and the fact that you just literally can't melee Kriara.
Mm-hmm. It would have been interesting with exploding attacks. I think some people did do that meta. Maybe it was Zulu, I think, at the time, using melee but against the minions, like as if you were using a chin. That worked, I think, the damage splat across, but yeah. The total pets owned here, or total most owned pets, was the pet Kraken. And that was again, every single world was taken for Kraken. I was like, I didn't even bother in the end trying to hop, it was just instants straight away. What's anything in here that's like really surprising? I think, I guess like the number of Jad pets actually is definitely higher than I thought it would be, given the fact that I know fight caves weren't they weren't difficult at all. I basically AFK'd mine with melee. But
yeah, I did the same. I legit AFK'd the entire fight, apart from the last like 50 HP on Jad. I AFK'd the entire time.
Yeah, I was the same. Although there was one moment where I kept getting meleeed by the mages, and I was like, what am I doing wrong? I just couldn't figure it out, and I was like, okay, whatever. So I just killed one of the mages, and then after that, I just AFK'd it, and I just healed enough to be able to kill it without worrying. So I'm wondering, did people just like replay the fight caves, or did people just get really lucky and get like one kill?
There were tasks for fight caves, I think. So I think that's why a lot of people just did it a bunch of times.
Redid it. Oh, there was like tanker hit, there was completion under a certain amount of time as well, and a certain number of completions.
I think there was like yeah, exactly. I think there was like a completed like 20 or 50 times or whatever as well.
That would explain it then. That would definitely explain it. Some people just replayed it for the pet, according to chat. Interesting. All right, the least owned pets. Oh, Bloodhound. There were 2 Bloodhounds.
Wait, so is this combined with Twisted League? Because you got to keep your pets over the leagues.
I believe this is new pets, so it's the ones obtained this league.
Right.
I was careful to do that. I saw someone mention the omelet, which of course isn't on here because you can't get to Zeah in Trailblazer.
Cool. So yeah, least owned one there. It's interesting. It makes sense because like all the least owned ones are the wilderness pets, basically, or desert, or inferno. So you know. And then the
see Jack
Dark
RS in
Core
the chat
just-
who got a bloodhound in Twisted League.
Well, he's got it now as well as 2 of the people. So there's a very small amount of people at least that have it.
Yeah.
You just have to wait for the next league. All right, lots of jar drops here. Jar of Dirt being very popular. Who'd have guessed?
That goes hand with the Kraken being the most popular pet.
Okay, we go to the next one. Third Age drops. Oh, don't you just love to see it?
Wow.
I guess this sort of puts into perspective how crazy it is that guy got a full gilded set, because it's the same drop rate as Third Age, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. 1 in 28k.
And he got full set.
One person, the full set. Oh well. Yeah. That was the last slide. However, there is more information that we've got to show you. So thanks for watching this section. But before we move on to the next, we want to go and show you some heat maps that we also managed to take during the Trailblazer League. So I will have to tell you what each one is, although I think you probably know what it is yourselves.
Yeah, so we've got heat maps, and we've also got some just like locations that we picked out as very popular. I'm not sure if we're doing a bit of a guess with this as to what this is showing, but I know what it is already.
I was going to say, I'm hoping that Ditto and Nasty know what they all are, because you pulled them for us.
Yeah, I believe this one's the tile with the highest XP gain, which we had a bit of a fun little guess about when we were getting these as to what it could be. And this is actually the Karambuan fishing spot, which is just, it doesn't move, so it's one tile.
It's the endless harvest paradise. Sitting there all day.
Yeah.
AFK.
Yeah, this is it's a pretty big number in terms of like how much XP was gained there. I'm not very good with putting the numbers into what they are. I think it's like, is it 520 billion? Okay, someone's saying yes. So in that first image, it was 520 billion fishing experience was gained in that location. Sorry, experience, not just fishing. I think it includes. Would it include like cooking if you had Infernal?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. Ditto, I think you might be muted, by the way. If you were speaking, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, wow, did not realize that. Sorry about that.
That's all cool. It's all good. So we are now looking. Where is this on here? So
Rogue's Den.
Yeah, Rogue's Den. So, okay, I know how much experience this is. So this is in Rogue's Den, and in that spot there was 195 billion experience gained.
This is where all the people from the previous slide went to cook their fish.
Yeah. All right. So image number 3. Well, I guess what this one is.
Is that Cathy range? Isn't it?
It's Cathy range, yeah.
It's in the
cooking the fish.
This little range was responsible for 190.3 billion cooking experience.
Jesus.
That's a lot of fish. Okay, so in this one we've got Edgeville, and that's the Edgeville Furnace, and a Varrock, which is the Anvil. So, looking at Edgeville Furnace, there was a total of 112.2 billion experience gained, and at the Varrock Anvil, there was 107 billion, or 107.7 billion experience gained.
The only thing I can imagine when I see that slide is the guy on Reddit who posted, because he made like, he had 2 Zenites in his inventory, and he had Production Master, and he made like 2, I can't remember which one of them it was, but he made
Oh,
two
I
of the same
remember.
Jewelry.
Yeah, it was
That was in
tormented
the
bracelets. I
Edgeville
think.
furnace.
I think it was Hootie, but I hate to break it to you, Flippy. I think it was photoshopped.
Oh no, sad scam
Yeah,
Reddit.
I think it was fake. So yeah.
Oh,
However,
no.
it did cause for a lot of good laughs on Twitter, at least. So it got many likes. That tweet went to the moon. Pretty good. However, it was fake. So some people say the internet never lies. All right, image number 6 is this one. 5, I can't count. I think this is a similar situation as the others, right? It's where there's a hot sulfur vent, I believe, next to a chest.
It's another place. I know that I've been there to one-tick Karam ones before, so makes sense.
There you go. Well, you weren't that
couldn't
only one.
go to Myths Guild. Just went here instead.
I've got Myths Guild.
Oh. There was the Rogue's Den, right? Because that's locked behind. Obviously you need access to Berthorpe and such. So, but this one was 105.2 billion experience was gained there. And now, obviously, here we have some barbarian fishing. So there's 3 X's. We've got 3 different spots.
It was the 8th and 10th. The 7th, 8th, and 10th spots.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, okay, I can see this now. So I've got the 7th, 8th, and 10th spots, and it's weirdly that one spot was like way more popular than the others, or just I don't know, just lasted for longer, or was just there for long. Like I don't know how, but spot 7 was responsible for 104.6 billion experience. Spot 8 was responsible for 91.8 billion, and spot 10 was 86.5 billion experience.
Which spot was the sweaty spot?
It was
7.
top to bottom.
Closest to the teleport spot, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, yeah. So the first spot you get to from coming from the outpost.
Makes sense.
Interesting. I'm going to go to that spot from now on. It's the meta spot, okay? And this one is in the Myths Guild. This is actually kind of jokes. 87.3 billion experience gained on that one spot, and I can only assume it's the quest hand-in, like where you do the training.
No, it's the furnace, right?
Oh, the Myths. Of course, it's the cooking furnace.
Sorry, not the not furnace. The range. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the range on the first floor. It's in the exact same spot underneath. So I was like, I thought it's not as interesting anymore now, is it? Well, never mind.
Yeah.
Can we just pretend that it was like the quest XP?
Sure.
It was cooking experience. All right,
especially since it was auto completed and you didn't get the XP.
Oh yeah. Well, thanks for that, Flippy. You just literally crushed all my dreams now.
You gave me the fake Reddit post, so I'm giving you back.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Thank you for that. All right, well, let's move on to something that is a little bit more relevant to how I feel right now. Okay, hold on. We are taking a moment. This is how I feel. 8th birthday stream. Actually, what we were going to do was show you the heat maps for death, where people died. And Flippy had just slain me live on stream, so I was going to go and choose one of those. But we're having some technical difficulties, so I'll give you a moment to recap on what else is to look forward to. So we've obviously already done a look back at old school. We did the JMod scavenger hunt, which Lenny won. We currently have the artists working on a very interesting ranged weapon concept that you asked them to develop. So it was a ranged weapon that cannot be a crossbow, a bow, or a thrown item. We are currently doing the Trailblazer data section. Just after this, we have the 8th birthday quiz, which I hope you will all get involved in. And then we are going to be doing the birthday playthrough with JMods, and they are going to be voice acting the entirety of the event. So you do not want to miss that one. And then at the end, we're going to have a nice in-game gathering where we can all join together, have fun. We'll transmog and just do some crazy things.
Sounds great.
Well, that is not
an interesting story.
All right. So whilst they look to fix that behind the scenes, does anyone have any guesses on where a very popular location on the surface map only, so we don't have the ability... hold on. There's no point asking anyone because you've already done it. You've seen the data. I was going to ask you where you think popular death spots might be, but we've all seen it.
I had a lot of fun asking people though what they thought.
Okay, so you've not seen it, Flippy. Where do you think is going to be a popular spot for death?
I would say wilderness, probably Rev Caves. Otherwise, Inferno somewhere, maybe.
Okay. Well, here we have it.
Oh,
we finally got it. With a congratulations to Mod Lenny to go alongside it. I don't think Mod Lenny's working on production, but if he helped you out there, Spear and Druid, then congratulations, Mod Lenny. So looking at this, so this is the top death locations of the surface map. The size of the kind of like heat area is determined by the number of deaths. So that's something to take in note. The bigger the color swirl, the
can
more
you scroll
deaths
up to
happen.
Fossil Island?
And it's only places that have had at least 20 deaths.
Okay,
this
is
from the mushrooms that you jump on.
This was actually the place with the most deaths. The single tile with the most deaths at 4 times as many as the second highest. And that was the rubber cap mushrooms, people jumping and then falling and dying.
I love how there's like a path at the start, and then it's just like, big circle.
Oh wow, unlucky.
Yeah. Some people, have some explaining to do, I think, when it comes to that one. Oh, we got some deaths in the resource area. That's Zami Wines, I believe. No, the altar, Chaos Altar, right? In that spot. People training prayer. Any other areas of interest?
It's actually people killing people training, right? I don't know how else you die there. Maybe actually they're using the wine, like spam clicking the wine to kill themselves to get to a bank faster.
Probably, yeah.
That's something that people do.
I think if it was at the Chaos Altar, it was probably just play it. Right, never mind. It could have been that too. Grand Exchange. Why are people dying in the Grand Exchange? What?
Right.
So something that happens a lot when we look at deaths is that we get like hotspots at teleport locations because someone teleports out and dies.
Okay.
So that's
then
why
again, there's like
because...
nothing that teleports you right next to the bank, right?
I guess it's just the area in general, though. Like it would have expanded out over time, maybe, or people would have got poisoned, started running to the bank and died.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Oh my god! Look at the dark.
The dark wizards.
Oh man, rampage. Still to this day, killing noobs. Oh. Wait. Okay, Lumbridge is pretty bad, but how the hell do you die at the Wizard's Tower? People have been dying to wizards, quite literally dying to normal wizards. Draenor gone crazy. I guess people suicide Master Farmer, as well as the Dark Wizards
probably.
there. Very interesting. Oh, okay. That's got to be Ardy Knights, surely.
Probably, but there's also the northeast sort of area, which I'm not sure about.
That's the market, right? That's you can pickpocket there.
Yeah,
and, the guards attack you, right? If you get caught stealing from a stand, maybe you're stealing cakes and get killed by a guard.
Okay, what happened here?
That's you know what that might be? That might be last recall, seed pod going to the bank and then dying.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I could think of. But then it's interesting, like why are people running out of the Grand Tree to go to the bank that's on the outskirts instead of just the one that's inside?
No, but it might be maybe it's the level 2, but it's just showing
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they used a Slayer ring to get to the bank. Maybe. Not sure.
Hmm. A few people died outside Zalendra. Interesting. Wow, no one seems to have died at Corsair Cove, but someone died in the Mist Guild.
Well, this is showing us the tiles which have more than 20 deaths on. So it's
Oh, of course, it's more than 20 deaths still, yeah, sorry.
Oh man, the gout tuber massacre.
To be fair, those tribesmen are quite pesky, especially if you're not able to like hop in time or get away from them or kill them.
I almost died
exactly.
there.
Oh no. Pyramid deaths. Okay. Alright. I think we've covered everywhere apart from, yeah, Mauritania now. No one? Not enough people. I shouldn't say no one. Oh, look at the clue spots. There's been a lot of people died to the wizard. Clue spot. Just northeast of Berg the Rock. Noobs.
And also AFKing vampires and forgetting that your prayer runs out or something.
Oh yeah.
I see some people asking.
Slayer Tower.
I see a few people mentioning deaths at Barrows in the chat. This is just showing the surface level.
So we can't go underground. Alright, well there you have it. That's a lot of it. So this is the second image that we have now, and this image is showing last recall, and it's all locations that last recall was used to teleport to at least 50 times on the surface map. So the dot size is constant / doesn't indicate number of players, and it's the top 5 overall tiles in that area, I imagine. Hopefully I got that.
Is it that they teleport to or teleport from? Or, well, it's the same, I guess. I just realized. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, this is teleporting back to. And this is anywhere that, any tile that there's been at least 50 teleports back to.
Pretty cool, actually, just to see like where the most popular spots were that people wanted to camp for, you know, a considerable amount of time. That is pretty well pointed out. Yeah, the Grand Tree looks like a tree. Very interesting. As in the highlighting, of course, not the actual Grand Tree. I'd hope it looks like a tree. It would feel awkward otherwise.
It's interesting that you get really sort of well defined like path lines, like where people are running on this one. More so than with Death.
Do you think it is where like, yeah, where someone's running? Do you think they're like running and they forgot something and teleported back, or is like part of the
yeah, probably
process?
Yeah, they got impatient and just clicked it a bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe. But they're also concentrated in like the same areas. So obviously, people had, you know, very much the same ideas in mind.
How is it looking on the way to God Wars? There might be a trail there of people forgetting. Yeah, there we go. Oops, forgot the hammer.
Or like didn't have the rope or whatever they needed. I think you need rope first time you go down there, right? And afterwards it stays.
Yeah, I think so.
The lumberyard, okay. People making use of the lumberyard at least. Again, that also kind of makes sense too with the sawmill. A lot of activity at the Lumbridge Swamp. Well, last recall in those shrimp.
I guess the Catfight lair might have like the same sort of thing as God Wars for getting a rope.
Something that I thought was really cool was the wilderness. When you're not looking at just top 50, you can see a very clear line of where teleports stop. Where you stop being able to teleport in the wilderness. You kind of can see that right above the ruins. But when you're showing all all of the teleports is really, really obvious to see.
So wait, those lines there in the middle, they are probably people getting chased by someone, right? From some common location, and then just insta-telling when they can.
So they're going back to Black Chins, like they've gone and banked and last recall back there.
It's actually really cool to see. It's just like really interesting to just kind of like try and figure out what people were doing at the time. Like, why did they last recall? Imagine how many people forgot to take their like hops or something at the barge to Fossil Island.
Yeah.
And barrows. Oh my
Barrows.
god! Wow. Like Icy in Graveyard. Why is that one so popular? What am I missing there? What trick do I not know about?
Quest probably,
Just
right?
Yeah, maybe it is just for the.
Or no,
the
wait,
initial
it's
charter.
auto-completed, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe they're buying stuff like from the charter vendor.
Oh, it's for.
Yeah,
and then they say it's
perhaps.
for Sins of the Father.
Okay.
At least that's what the chat says, because it wasn't auto-completed, but the others were.
Ah, fair.
That would make sense. Well, the Agility Pyramid, this is clearly utilizing those banked up pyramids, I guess.
You've got the different entrances there to Pyramid Plunder at the bottom.
Yep.
North entrance
Yeah, it's
game.
really, really cool to see on it. Actually, we've got some numbers on here. So the top 5 overall tiles, that's why that was listed. Sorry, I realised it just didn't really make sense when I read it out before. I'm glad you helped explain it, Ditto. So, to God War's Dungeon, there was a total of 7.9 million teleports. The monastery south of Ardoin was 6.2 million teleports. God War's Dungeon, 5.2 million. The bank at the Grand Tree,
It's a different-
5.1 million. Sorry?
I was just going to say it's a different tile, but also in God War's Dungeon. Just to clarify.
Okay. Oh yeah, because then the last one on here is God War's Dungeon. Yes, a third one, 4.8 million. So the different tiles in God War's Dungeon equated to like 8, 5, 10, like basically like 18 million teleports.
That was just in the top 3. I'm sure there were more later on. Or sorry, top 5.
Yeah, that is actually insane. It would have been interesting
don't
to know how many
understand
people
what-
came.
Why did people teleport to the monastery? Because our RuneScape takes you there. But why with last recall? Oh wait, are those people who used monastery teleport on the RuneScape and then accidentally did it twice?
You know what? It might be. It might be the mistake, Telly.
Oh man, teleport of shame.
Oof. Well, I mean, if you were one of those that did it, don't worry, because so did 6.2 million other people, or maybe less than that. You just did it a lot of times. All
There's
right,
a lot around there. It's all over.
I was just going to say that looks to be the last image that we have. There are a few chat questions, but I'm already like 35 minutes over in terms of the time allocation that we had. So I think that will have to be all that we can go through, at least for now. Hold on a second. Yeah, all right, okay, I'm just reading the time right. We are definitely meant to be starting the next segment half an hour ago, so yeah, unfortunately, we're going to go through some chat questions, but hopefully you enjoyed that data segment. And I've just been advised that we have the opportunity to show you a quick update on the art that Mods, Grub, and West are working on. The weapon, sorry, the art that they're concepting, the design. So if we can show that, you can see where they're at the moment and what they decided to create. This is the new ranged weapon that is not a crossbow, not a bow, or a throwing weapon. So this is an equipable dragon that shoots fire and screams. It must look furious. And you have to wind it up for fire and screams.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
I was like, "Whoa, what the hell is this lever on the side?"
Even the man furious.
So there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be looking at implementing a wind-up dragon. This is what happens, chat, when you choose other. I hope you're happy.
It's kind of like
It's
a
like,
more interactive DFS, I guess.
I was thinking if you get the salamanders and put it next to it, and it'd be like you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about, and it's like this is the mega salamander.
It's your wife's boyfriend.
Oh god. Oh dear. All right. Hopefully we'll have another update for you in an hour. On that note, I'm going to close things up here from the data segment. Thank you so much, Mods Nasty and Ditto, for providing all the info. Flippy for giving us some insight into what it means from a Trailblazer developer perspective. Is there anything you want to say as your closing words?
No, just super happy to be here. I missed being on, saying stupid stuff with chat. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you
Oh,
for
dear
being
Lord.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, that's the closing face. No, you should just leave the screen up. It's fine. All right, we're gonna switch over to a quick break whilst we get set up for the next segment, which will be the birthday quiz. So yeah, stick around, and remember, if you haven't already, !Steam in the chat. If you haven't already, even if you do fully intend to continue using the client that you're using at the moment, please, if you could, take a moment to wishlist Old School RuneScape on Steam, which gets released in 2 days, because wishlisting it really helps us make sure it gets into as many eyes of as many new players as possible. And if you don't wishlist Old School on Steam, then the entirety of the Old School team is going to look like this character here for the rest of eternity. We're going to be very, very angry. So please make sure, if you can, wishlist Old School on Steam. All right, thank you everyone, and I'll see you in a few moments for the birthday quiz. Hello everybody and welcome back yet again to the next segment of Old School RuneScape's 8th birthday stream. This section is going to be the birthday quiz. We're on World 342 at the Blue Moon Inn if you want to join us, and I am joined by the wonderful Mod Lenny.
Hello.
Mod Bruno.
Hello.
And Mod Nin.
Hey.
Hey. 1 second. I have spoke for way longer than I expected to today, so I'm starting to lose my voice. So before we kick off things, let's introduce ourselves, shall we? I'm obviously Mod I'm hosting. I'm doing pretty well today. It's been a long day, but it's our birthday, so I'm very happy, and you guys in chat have been absolutely wonderful. Mod Lenny, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Won the little scavenger hunt earlier, so feeling good today. Feeling good.
You did. Congratulations. Verzik Veter's patient notes, eh? What was the thought process behind that?
I mean, I do not feel like I deserve to win it, because honestly, that was my cop-out item there. I had gone off on like this little adventure to try and get a vase lid from Future of Zeah's trial in Relica. And then everybody pointed out to me, we had our own little call going on the side, and everyone pointed out that as soon as I teleported out, that was going to be taken away from me. But I happened to be teleporting out to my house anyway, just picked up the book on my way back.
You got it out of the bookcase. Oh, that is pretty smart, actually. I did wonder where you got it from, and I forgot the fact that with JMod accounts, I guess you completely play your own house. Everything's unlocked. You have access to all the books that are stored there, right? Pretty smart. All right. Well, Bruno, how are you today?
I could be better if I had done the same thing as Steven, because my plan was also to... I wasn't going to get a vase lid, but I wanted to get a vase, and I did. And it worked out. But had it not worked out, I would have also got the book, which would have made me win. So, could have been a better day.
What if you both got the book?
Yeah, it would have been a tie.
I guess, yeah.
Wouldn't have been unique. Disqualified.
It would be whoever, like, whatever name people liked most in the poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you won, really.
Fair enough. Well, you did a pretty good job, at least, though. Still, Bruno, with the vase, I'm very impressed with that. But Nin, how are you doing today, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing good. We're ramping up for the Steam launch on Wednesday, so that's keeping me pretty busy. But I'm enjoying taking these breaks for the birthday stream. I'm a bit salty. I did like a whole half a quest to get my Valve gear.
That was good though, actually. When you came across with it, it's just I think in terms of like uniqueness, maybe like the appreciation wasn't there for it.
Yeah, I think it was the name of the book. People were just like, well, what the hell is that? A Valve gear? That's just a gear.
Yeah, exactly. However, I really liked your approach on it, at least. And then forgive me if I'm mistaken. Have you been on stream before with the old school
I've not
team?
been on an old school stream. I have been on RuneScape streams in the past, but it's my first old school stream.
I thought so. It's just because I remember when I with Mod Kirby last week, I was like, oh yeah, you've been on stream before, but not been ages. Like, actually, no, he hasn't, and it's just because I've been in so many Zoom calls. Every call feels like a stream. So, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself, Nin?
Yeah.
Let everyone know what you do.
I'm Mod Nin. I'm on the engine team. I joined the old school team kind of halfway through last year. Mostly been working on the Steam client and some kind of back-end server things. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Okay. I'm conscious of like how much time we've taken already, so I would normally go through and like ask a load of questions, but if we've got time, I'd like to do that at the end if possible. Because we have the quiz that we need to get into. So, as mentioned before, this is the 8th birthday quiz. If you want to join us, we're on World 342 at the Blue Moon Inn. And basically, we're here to find out which one of you have the brains to match the brawn. I will preface this by saying that Modsani was meant to be hosting the quiz, but he feels ill, unfortunately. He's not doing very well. So I'm reading his script. But I'm going to stay true to his words because I know he's very passionate about getting this quiz done, and it was also going to be his first reveal to the stream too. So I will honour every word, apart from the last sentence, which I didn't honour. But anyway, we want to see which... do you know what? I'll go from start to finish. So what are we all doing here? Well, we are here to find out which one of you lovely lot have the brains to match the brawn with a very special 8th birthday quiz. You can play along with our old school RuneScape quiz through PC or mobile. But on either platform, you'll need to give access to QuizKit, which is a Twitch extension. So for mobile users, make sure you click the QuizKit icon, which should bring up QuizKit in your chat window. Then, if you find the 3 dots, and make sure you link your account to QuizKit so that it's linked with your Twitch ID. Cool. For PC users, if you just click QuizKit and then select Manage Permissions and link your Twitch ID there, you should see it. It's either going to be in the middle of the screen on the right or in the middle of the screen on the bottom. Okay? And it will be an icon. Let me see if I can see it. It's basically, it says QuizKit. It's like quiz is in pink, kit is in blue. All right. Link your Twitch ID. If you are using like Better Twitch TV, for example, you may have hide Twitch extensions enabled, so you'll need to disable that to participate in the fun. Thank you, Sir Dude. By the way, I saw you type that in chat and I stole it and added it to the script. So after you've done all of this, you'll be able to see the visible option, which you'll want to turn on. If it's not working, give the stream a quick refresh and double check your settings. If you missed any of that, use !quiz to get some help with QuizKit. If you've got everything set up and it's all enabled and enacted and visible, you should already be able to see on the screen right now, kind of like the intro to the quiz. And it says 8th birthday quiz, test your old school RuneScape knowledge. And then it goes on to say it's in points mode. So if you can't see that already, refresh your stream. If after refreshing your stream hasn't worked, come back into the chat, !quiz, read through that. If that still doesn't work, it's probably because you've not wishlisted old school RuneScape on Steam. So make sure you go to Steam, wishlist old school RuneScape, then come back and try again. And hopefully you'll be able to see it. All right. Whew. So what happens when you are all in? We'll be able to see your Twitch name when you're playing. And if you're one of the lucky winners at the end, you'll be able to enter your email, which will help us get some prizes your way. So prizes, what can you win? Well, we've got something special for the top 3 highest scoring contestants, which is a goodie bag of 8th birthday pins. So we've got the KBD keyring, a classic RuneScape logo pin, and 8th birthday Neve limited edition pin, which is super cute. And I need to make sure I get that ordered and added to my collection. So that is what you can win in the quiz. That is for the top 3 highest scoring contestants. If you end up then being in the top 10, so the next, the next 7 of the top 10, you'll receive a month's worth of membership. So good luck to all of you. When the quiz starts, you have 20 seconds to choose your answer, and the fastest answer gets more points. However, if you choose a wrong answer, you will lose points. So basically, the faster you are in picking your answer, the more points you will get. However, if you just try and guess a random answer, you will lose points as a result. So if there's anyone that is watching on YouTube or Steam, if you want to take part for a chance to win, come and join us over on Twitch, or just play along for fun. Getting myself prepared for the big moment here. That was a lot of talk in there, Sani. No wonder you didn't want to bring in the intro now. I see what's going on here. I guess I'll give it a few seconds just so that everyone can get the opportunity to get this set up. You should be able to see the pop-up in the window, like it's in the middle bottom of the screen that says 8th birthday quiz. And if you don't, !quiz and give that a read, the command, and hopefully that will help you out. Lenny, how's your voice doing now? Is it better?
A lot better than it was this morning, yeah. It's still not 100% there, so if anyone happens to hear me talking and my voice is suddenly way up God knows where, we'll get that out of the way now. You can laugh at it all you want, but it will probably happen. Happened a lot this morning.
It's all right. It's only natural. And I think you might not be the only one experiencing it through this stream today, Lenny. I have a feeling that I'm either going to go really high pitch or just disappear in terms of my voice. It's going.
Honestly, the way it was going in my stand-up this morning, I was expecting to have lost it by lunchtime, so I don't know how it's lasted, but it has.
All right, I'll try not to ask you too many questions then. I'm not really sure how we're going to do this. Are you all participating in the quiz, Bruno, Lenny, and Nin? Are you going to be getting in on this?
Yeah, it should be. I'm trying on Twitch. I saw the pop-up, and then I refreshed, and then it was gone. So we'll see.
Okay. Well, hopefully when it starts, you'll be able to see it afterwards. Hopefully. I'll tell you what, I'll refresh and see if I can still see it, because it may just be stuck on my screen. from before. Yeah, no, that's normal. I can't see it anymore either. So I assume we just have to restart it when it goes live. So I guess with that being said, Sani, hopefully you are ready and we can get this quiz started. I'm going to wait for it to appear on the screen for me. I'm just going to wait for confirmation to see if it started. I'm not controlling
Yeah, I
the
see
quiz.
it. I see it.
All right, here we go. The first question has came up. In what year was Old School launched? So if you are taking part at home, you need to click on the actual buttons on the screen, not type it into chat. And you can type it into chat, of course, as well if you want to, but you won't get any points for doing so. You're just playing for fun at that. So make sure you click what you see on the screen. If you misclick, there is no forgiveness. That is what we are being told by Sphere. So be very precise with your clicks. Okay, so let me just double check how we are going through with the flow of these. Okay, so I think we're going to look at sharing the results of the first question, and then we'll do more result sharing afterwards. We'll just give you a kind of like update as we go along. So, in what year was Old School launched? It was launched in 2013. I mean, given the fact that we're 8 years old, hopefully that was, you know.
That didn't even click. That didn't even click in my head.
Oh,
we're still in 2020, aren't we?
Honestly, it feels like it. It feels like life just is.
You made me look at the calendar on my computer.
No, it's actually bad because I was signing some legal documents over the weekend, and on 2 of the signatures pages, I actually wrote 2020 just because I'm so not used to it at the moment. So, yeah. Okay, so total scores you didn't answer this time. Okay, we have like contestant number 140 is on 28,000 points. It's pretty insane. Okay. I'm being told I didn't answer this time because I didn't answer the question. All right, let's move on to question number 2. Congratulations, contestant number 140. So far, you are in the lead. I'm going to try and read the question out as fast as I can as soon as I see it appear. Here we go. How many players voted in favor of launching Old School? 100 to 250k, 250 to 500k, less than 100k, or more than 500k?
I think I just got this one wrong.
Oh,
I think I've got it.
It was a snap decision.
I'm hopeful.
Oh no.
Well,
I double clicked by accident,
no,
and it full screened the Twitch instead, so lost a few points.
Well, Bruno, I did say just one question ago that there's no forgiveness in misclicks. Sorry, pal. Okay,
I still got the
so
right
that's
answer,
that one.
but yeah.
Okay, just less points.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go into the next question. Oh, how many?
okay.
No, we're looking at this is the results. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. We're going to give you the answer, but we won't show you the leaderboards until certain milestones. I'm learning at the same time. I wasn't prepared to host, so apologies. I'm a little bit scuffed. But yeah, it was in fact 250 to 500k. I think it was something like 460 something k, round about.
Yeah, because I remember it passed by like a mile, but then it didn't quite get like the final stretch goal to get like a full dev team put on it. But then here we are.
Exactly that. Yeah, here we are 8 years later with a huge dev team that's consistently growing too. So yeah. All right, here we go. Next question. Old School RuneScape was created from a backup of RuneScape dated when? August 2007, March 2013, February 2013, or February 2007?
I got it wrong. I jumped the gun.
Did you mess up?
I did.
I get to look at these backups every now and again.
Oh, really?
Still use some of the tools out of them.
Ah, okay. I guess it makes sense if you're doing like engine platform work. Well, look how things were
some
back
stuff
then.
just like hasn't had to change since.
That's actually really cool. In 8 years, no changes needed.
Keeping it old school.
Hashtag no changes. I guess some changes. All right. August 2007 was the right answer. I wonder how many people thought that it would be like February because we're in February now and it's like the birthday and didn't Is that what you did, Lenny?
I did. As soon as I clicked it, I realized my mistake.
Got him.
For me, the easy way to remember it is like right before God Wars came out, which was August. That always gets it right.
Yeah.
For me.
There we go. Someone in the chat said that means old school isn't 8 years old. Well, the release of it is. Which of these were added to old school first? Was it rooftop agility courses, God Wars Dungeon, Nightmare Zone, or PvP worlds?
What was that you just said, Bruno?
Yeah, to answer your question better, Minty, now that I don't have to read that question out, old school itself is 8 years old. This is the 8th birthday since it was originally released, but it was released, obviously in 2013, based on a copy of the version of the game that was from 2007. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm pretty sure it was God Wars Dungeon here, right?
I don't believe so.
God
Wars Dungeon was very soon after the backup, but not so soon after
Please
the release.
don't tell me it's Nightmare Zone. Oh my god, it actually is. And a lot of people thought it was God Wars Dungeon 2. Interesting.
I went for rooftop courses. I don't know why.
Do you know, it's now that you've said that, I remember when we shared an infographic before that shows you like the player count over the years and like what updates they were. And I should have known that it wasn't God Wars Dungeon, because God Wars Dungeon is what basically like massively accelerated old school's growth, right?
Yeah.
And it couldn't have been the first update if that was the case.
Chat got debated.
Next question. Which of these updates were not player-designed content? Was it Rooftop Agility Courses, Wintertod, Herding, or Motherlode Mine? We're getting a lot of what the heck is Herding?
Yeah, one of these that sound familiar.
It's because it doesn't exist in game. Yeah, so secret, surprise. Herding coming to old school.
Yeah, I mean, RuneScape's got player-owned farms. With the animals, and that was really popular.
I mean,
it helps that I remember
game, and that wasn't player designed.
It helps that I remember on my first day at Jagex being at the pub over lunch, getting to meet some of the QA team, including the person that designed the non-player designed piece of content.
Wintertod, which is what the answer was. Cool. There's so many people in the background over here. There's a lot of pets going on. I don't think the pub has ever been that busy before.
Right now.
I know, they don't even render anymore. They're just like, nope.
We've only got one bartender as well.
I think someone just has got minus 46,000 points. All right, I think actually that is the point where we're going to look at the leaderboards here. So we can look at total scores and question scores. So someone managed to get from that last question 19,909 points. I mean, a lot of people did 19,000. That's like milliseconds within.
They must have just clicked.
Yeah.
I thought
just random and just like got it and just chanced it.
Yeah.
The person at number one's just
lucky. You can cheat
lucky.
it for the 1 in 4. You're not going to win that way.
Well, someone has managed to get themselves 90,000 points so far, so that's pretty insane.
They're doing well. I'm down at 52,000.
All right, which JMod joined the old school team in 2015? Mod Kieran, Mod Rock, Mod G, or Mod West? I don't even know the answer. I think I have a guess. I think I know. I think I'm going to...
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with mine.
I'm going to go with I just meant to say Keyring because I saw it in the chat. Thanks, I did. Mod Kieran, I'm pretty sure it's him. The anticipation, it's killing me. Mod Rock was 2016. Hey, it was Kieran. Ooh, a lot of people thought it was West.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I chanced that one between
G
Kieran
was.
and Rock. I wasn't sure. G was like
Rock joined at the same time as
November.
Ed, didn't he? Yeah, G was late 2018. Rock was at the
Yeah,
same time as
November
Ed, which would have
2018.
been 2016, I think. And West was shortly before them.
All right, next question is, on release of Old School RuneScape, which random event NPC could not be found elsewhere in the world? Evil Chicken, Shade, Tree Spirit, or Posty Pete? I also just got informed that apparently the sheet that has all the answers on has more information about the questions too. So I'm going to get that loaded up now.
Got this one wrong. Was Evil Chicken in at launch, or was it removed before? It's not in game anymore, is it?
No.
Yep.
It got removed at some point. Not as a random event though.
No, but it says random event NPC elsewhere in the world.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean just a random
Yeah.
event. So yeah, the
Shade.
answer was Shade.
I don't even know what random event has a shade in it.
It was the old random event that it used to spawn a shade. I don't remember what used to spawn it, but you used to get like the shade robes from it as well, right?
I think it just showed up and started attacking you when you were training prayer.
Just a prayer one. Was it alongside? Wasn't it?
Great.
Was it shade instead of zombies then, or did zombies not do it for prayer? Was it just shades?
I don't remember zombies doing that. Might be wrong.
Neither do I.
And you can find
Those old random events were so good.
next one.
They were. What was the in-game trading system that predated the Grand Exchange? RuneScape forums, Falador barters, trading post, or Consortium Palace?
Where's Varrock West?
I mean, two of those are technically true.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
There's going to be a 50-50 on this one. While I got the chance for the last...
system, though.
Ooh. Yeah, that's very true, actually. It's just a place. But the info that I was given for the last question was that Evil Chicken's Lair had the Evil Chicken, Enchanted Valley had Tree Spirits only on release, and Posty Pete travels around several locations as a non-random event NPC, leaving just the Shade.
When were shades added to the stronger security? Because it's definitely some at the bottom level.
I do not know.
Us.
Maybe we'll have to get Sarni on the case, and I'll be like, Sarni, I think you may have had a flawed question. Because I do recall them being down in the stronghold. But yeah, this one was the trading post. So the trading post was available at any bank, Northwest Varrock and Falador Park, and was the precursor to the Grand Exchange. And if I'm not mistaken, it actually took more time to develop trading posts than it did the Grand Exchange. They were like a more intricate system, right?
I'd imagine so,
I'm sure there's a story Mod Ash has told in the past. But next question is, which of these items once accidentally spawned outside of the farming guild? Third Age Plate Legs, Bucket of Compost, Elysian Sigil, or the Twisted Bow?
Hope it's
Oh dear.
Makes sense.
If it was a bucket of compost, at least it wouldn't have any impact really on the economy, you know?
that one wasn't an accident. That can just be a feature.
It was an interesting one. Very interesting time, for sure.
Very interesting day.
Yeah. I wasn't in the team anymore at that point, so I didn't have to deal with it, thankfully.
Yeah, I was on RuneScape at the time, but I was I was watching it all happen.
It was like, oh, yeah. So on the 28th of February, 28th of Feb, accidentally added a Twisted Bow spawn in a game update, which resulted in a game rollback to ensure that it did have no, impact on the economy or long-standing impact on the game's health.
Shout outs to the guy in chat who lost his KBD pet to the rollback.
Ooh. Yeah, that was always feels bad, but a necessity. Which of these skills were not polled to players in the past? Artisan, Geomancy, Sailing, and Warding. The answers to the next question are great. Good job, Sani. Hopefully everyone got this one right. Come on, what was it? Hey, there we go. It was geomancy. All the others have, in fact, been polled in the past. There's a guy in the background that's wearing a Verex top, Santa hat, and dragon plate legs. They've just been dancing this entire time. It's a full routine. Great positioning. All right, next question. Let's go for it. Or are we actually, at what point was that? Oh, here we go. I just have to check if we're going to be doing the leaderboards. So, in terms of that question, wow. I'm a Hut, got very, very quick fingers there. Managed to come in top in terms of answering the question. And Celery M9 is currently winning the quiz at 175,000 points.
I'm not far off the leaderboard now.
Ooh, how many points?
I'm on
Oh, okay. We're being told that
138,000.
apparently Mod Kieran is currently seventh on the leaderboard.
Kieran.
All it's going to take is a few wrong questions from Tanner and Celery, and Kieran could be taking it. Kieran really wants those pins. So who was the player who designed the rooftop agility courses? Big Red Japan, Big Red Taro, Lil Green Fiji, or Big Blue Tokyo?
Easy. You know you got to examine him every lap. It's good luck.
We need to add Lil Green Fiji in now. That just rolls off the tongue so nicely. Do you know what? I'm going to unmute this. Do we have any like countdown music going on? No, now I can just awkwardly hear my voice. Never mind.
It's great watching the stream for the quiz kit and seeing myself about 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, just your mouse starts moving. Okay, there we go. There we have it. The answer to this one was Big Red Japan. Wow, actually, I think that was the most, if not the most, but one of the most one-sided questions so far in terms of answers. So good job, chat. You did great. Literally, the blue moon is popping off.
There's some great outfits.
There really are. I love the occasional walk by of someone wearing the cursed banana. All right, what is the name of Prospector Percy's mother? Elsie,
Who?
Mercy, Twiggy, or Pearl? Who?
Haven't got this
I
question.
failed on this.
Oh, we get into questions that I just...
Oh, well,
I mean,
looks like
she's
it's
pretty
Kieran.
visible.
I've only got like
Isn't
150
she like
points.
knitting upstairs? I think she's the like old lady knitting upstairs in the motherlode mine.
Yeah.
What's her name, Bruno?
I can't give the answer away. People are still voting.
Voting time's over.
I think it's Elsie, but I voted Twiggy.
See, I also voted Twiggy, but I think now that Twiggy is the achievement I already hate.
Yeah,
You all got it right.
We're all right.
And Elsie's the one that calls people Cassia's very cringe dearie.
It rhymes with Percy, guys.
Like Elpies.
That's the level of
No,
creativity we
look,
work with at Jagex.
Bruno, do not be slanderous against elf ears, okay? There is no comparison between cat and elf ears. It's just sad enough that cat ears got into the game before elf ears. And I will continue on my crusade, my conquest to get them added into the game. All right, it will eventually happen. But the players will decide it, not me. How many mountains can be found on the continent of Zeah? 2, 3, 4, or 1? How many mountains on the continent of Zeah? Any avid explorers around there?
How do we define a mountain compared to a hill?
Is
One's
it
called a
called
hill,
Mount?
one's called a mountain.
And yeah, or Mount.
This one's going to be interesting. Sani really going in with these questions now. Also, apologies.
Oh no, I got it wrong.
My camera lens. Did you, Lenny?
I did.
I love how I get to act all smug as if I know, but I actually haven't got a clue. I'm just reading the answer sheet.
There's only two.
It's two.
There's Mount Quidamartin
Yeah,
and
no,
Mount
no.
Karoom.
Yeah, both
I
in
can only
Chaos
think of
Lowlands.
Quidamartin.
How could you forget about Mount Karoom?
It's a good question.
That's when
Yeah, I
Neve's
prefer
at.
Hill Karoom.
Not Neve.
Kona.
What's her other name? Kona. Yeah.
My lady.
Her other name.
Alright,
other
what Slayer
science
level
then.
is required to start the Fremennik Exiles? Is it 71, 60, 66, or 54? And no, we are not playing bingo. Chat is great during these quizzes. I'm just filling the downtime by reading chat, so apologies to those of you that aren't able to see the chat. It's pretty funny. When was the next milestone update? I'm a beast at bingo. Oh my god, do not go there, Elena.
That's a lie. We all know that.
Well, never mind about bingo. Let's worry about the answer to the question, and the answer was 60. 421 of you got that right. Congratulations.
My score is plummeting.
I think I've lost 40k in the past 3 questions.
Well, just the way it be.
You can't be the best, you sure as hell can be the worst.
That's my motto in life. What colour dye can be found in the Sisterhood Sanctuary? Red,
I don't even know
purple,
where that is.
yellow, or blue?
Come on, then.
It's within the sleep dungeon. Slep. I like to say slep, but I'm pretty sure it's pronounced sleep, right?
Yeah. I mean, otherwise
Yeah,
you got the Slepper Plague.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, what's wrong with that? It just sounds better.
Mm.
Okay. The answer was red. Ooh, pretty big split between red and purple.
Pretty thematic. Very Zaradominus, Zami area, so.
Yep. Yeah, they
I just like seeing it
abandoned
as a bottle of blood.
Saradomin. Maybe it is a bottle of blood. Yeah, they were former justiciars who abandoned Saradomin and pledged allegiance to Zamorak during the Third Age. Thank you, Old School Wiki, for that information. Alright, someone was really quick off the mark there as well, contestant 4675, whoever you are, but looking at this, it looks like Celery has fallen behind. Now we have
Kieran's in top
Trinity.
3!
Kieran's getting a pin.
Okay.
there.
For those pins.
I was trying to just, like, you know, not mention it, but
I'm sorry.
Kieran is in fact in top 3.
I'm sorry, I'm excited. I'm excited. We're not looking too good, so we need this reinforcement.
Yeah.
We know the game.
Some JMods have knowledge. For what it's worth, I don't actually think Kieran is going to snipe any rewards from you guys, so don't worry about that. How many completions of the Chambers of Xeric in challenge mode are required to unlock the Xeric's Sentinel Cape? 500, 1,000, 2,000, or 1,500?
Honestly, I'm just guessing on this one. I don't even know if the Sentinel Cape's the last cape or not.
You're about to find out, Lenny. Nearly called you your name then.
I'm pretty sure it's already been said on this stream, so.
If you were to get this cape, you would be halfway there. Thankfully,
It can't be
no
more than
one's got time
500.
to dance
That
anymore.
sounds cruel.
It's 1,000.
Oh my god,
Yep.
the late game in this game is so grindy.
The
I haven't even got there yet.
Yeah, that's halfway. The top tier cape is 2,000 challenge mode Chambers of Zerek completions.
Wow.
Yeah,
A lot of kills.
yeah, interesting. It is a lot of kills, and it is very cruel. I agree with Sync. Very cruel. Alright, what is the name of the dwarf who participates in the final assault during Dragon Slayer 2? Rolad, Nermoth, Thorfinn, or Jardrick? Yardrick, I guess it is, not Jardrick. No, Sodode, it is not Virgo. Making you feel stupid? I'm sorry, Josh Potter. Don't feel stupid. You have probably more knowledge than I do. Don't worry about it. I have all the answers. Not because I'm intelligent, because they're on the sheet. Someone said Thorfinn isn't a dwarf. Oh. Well, maybe that's not the right answer. I wonder what the answer to this question could be. Hey, there we go. Not many people got that one. It was Jardrick. Jardrick.
Nailed it.
It's because you
Did
can
you get it
pronounce
right, Lenny?
Threw everyone off.
Did.
Oh, yeah.
I just knew that Thorfinn wasn't a dwarf, and then Nermoth. Is Nermoth one of the guys in the Underground Pass? And Rolad just didn't sound like a dwarf.
I'm going to see now. I'm going to check on the wiki. Is
I don't know
Rolad?
who Nermoth.
Rolad.
Rolad
is a dwarf living in the dwarven camp. Right, what drink can only be found in Darkmire? Sanguine sour, a vital vodka, a blood pint, or a bloody bracer? Well, I don't know, but I fancy a sanguine sour. That sounds pretty nice.
These options are cruel. They're just mean.
I'm like giving up on these questions and just trying to time it so that I get exactly 10,000 points or lose exactly 10,000 points. I just don't know. I haven't been to Darkmire yet. I'm still on the grind.
Oh, Nin.
Sorry, Nin, you're not going to have the time either. There's lots of engine work to do.
I know.
No Darkmire for you. Back to the engine room.
How it is.
Alright, the answer was a blood pint.
I gained 10,000
Really?
points.
Hey.
The bloody brace is just a cruel option to put in there.
Yeah.
Is that because
Why?
you picked it and it was
I
wrong?
fell for it.
No, I got blood pint right, but I know that bloody brace is the one you get in sleep, and that's a big part of the quest early on.
Yeah. I completely forgot that the
throwing
blood
people
braces
off.
are from the pub in Sleep.
Kieran is not happy. He's like, what? Excuse me?
Yeah.
I bet he's going to refer back to his book. What fishing level is required to catch bark crabs in the wilderness? Is it 80, 85, 88, or 77?
His book.
He's checking
I
the
guess
law
every
book.
time.
Dark crabs, wilderness. What level fishing? Oh, Zezima's aunt wants to teleport you to Ice Plateau.
Yes, she does.
That was a swift no. Right, the answer provided to you by Old School RuneScape on Steam is 85 fishing. 497 of you got that right. Very nice. Okay, last question coming up in the quiz. This is probably my favourite one. An old age classic, throwback, is all I'm going to say for now until it appears upon the screen, which hopefully it will do at some point. Those of you who know will know. Oh, well, you're going to have to wait a little bit more. Kieran clearly got the last question wrong, didn't he? Or the question before, at least. I know he got the Darkmire one wrong. He has fallen out of the top. Celery has taken it back and now has a pretty comfortable 22k lead, so pretty strong there. The top three are, I mean, the top five are really close. This is the last question. I don't think, or maybe actually, yeah, Celery can lose. What is the alternative name for the range skill? Sticks the glug glugs, jabby jabby from far away, rooty tooty point and shooty, or stabby thrower?
This depends on who we're asking.
There's only one answer.
There's definitely one right answer.
Are we asking an owner in Hills, or are we asking a former community manager?
Well, I think it's just one of those things that's just known within old community now. Jabby jabby from far away. Stabby thrower.
I'm hoping we're asking
just another name for arrows.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit for the weapon that the artists have been concepting though. Jabby jabby from far away. It's kind of like doesn't really work with a wind up flamethrower dragon head. All right, the answer to that was indeed
flamethrower dragon head. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say the answer was Rooty Tooty Point and Shooty, as previously suggested by a poll that Mod Ronan ran back in the day. What were you going to say, Nick?
I was going to say the ammo for this ranged weapon should be salamanders. It's like a super salamander.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, I like that. Grind them up, salamander juice. Ugh, it's a little bit morbid, really, actually, now I think about it. Maybe I shouldn't have put that thought in my head. Okay, there we go. The final scores are Celery M9 at the top of the leaderboard with 261,000 points. Trinitrology Serene, 243,000. Hi Ho Ho is at 238,000. So the three of you will receive a 8th birthday pin goodie bag. And then Chessy Boy, not Kieran, and then the other 6 people after Kieran, or 5 people after Kieran, I guess. Yep. Will receive 1 month of membership. So yeah, top 3 get a KBD keyring, 8th birthday Neve limited edition pin, a classic RuneScape logo pin, and then the rest of the top 10 get 1 month worth of membership. So yeah, congratulations to those of you that won. Thank you everyone for entering. I hope you enjoyed the quiz. That is the last question from us. We have one more thing to go through with you all, which is the birthday event playthrough with mods Kieran and Oasis. They are going to hopefully be voice acting the entirety of the event, so you do not want to miss it. I'm sure Kieran has got some distaste to share with us over the results of that quiz, so I'm looking forward to that.
He's
last
just
reminders
gonna be sorry he
from...
didn't get his 1 month membership.
He is. I mean, imagine not getting your 1 month membership when you literally work at the place that gives you the membership. Don't worry, Kieran. We'll sort you out, okay? You'll get membership, but it won't impact anyone else's membership either. Yeah, if you haven't already, please, everyone, check out Old School RuneScape on Steam. Use !Steam to follow the link to the store page. And if you haven't already, pop it onto your wish list. Even if you don't intend to play through Steam, it really helps us by making sure that as many new players get their eyes on the game when it launches in just 2 days' time. And if you haven't already, also have a look at the merch store. So I believe that the command ! merch should hopefully take you to our store, and that allows you to celebrate our 8th anniversary alongside us. There's a commemorative range of Angelscapes pins, including the 8th anniversary Tim and Crunchy stained glass pin, a nickel variant, and the Neve limited edition 8th birthday pin, which best not be sold out by the time I finish posting. Do you guys have any closing words do you want to finish up with?
Yeah, that was good fun. Happy birthday, RuneScape. Thanks for having us.
Woo. Yeah, well, thank you for being
wishlist
here.
Old School on Steam.
Wishlist Old School on Steam or else. Okay, that is all we have time for. Thank you, everyone. We'll go to a short break, and then, as I said before, mods Kieran and Oasis will be going through the 8th birthday event So be sure to stay around and watch that. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you in the next stream.
Hey, 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 we're back. We're back for another birthday event. Voiceover run through. This is what you're tuned in for. You're still called Jagex Lenny, but you're not Jagex Lenny. That guy over there is Mod Oasis. Say hello.
Oi, oi, RuneScape!
Oh gosh,
I'm very excited to
that's
be here.
a bit overzealous. No, that's what we need. We need the energy up in this place because it's our 8th birthday. If you forgot all about it, so this is our 8th birthday event. It's what we're going to play through, and I think it's basically. Am I doing the voiceovers, or are you going to join in with me?
I'm doing voiceovers as well. We got to decide who's the adventurer and who does the monkey voices and everything else.
I think you're doing the monkeys.
Okay, I'll do all the monkeys. I'm geared up for this one. I'm ready to go.
So, do you want to start by just introing this event before we actually get started? Like, where did this event come from? What on earth inspired this? What's the creative process? And I should just add, like, Mod Husky was the guy who actually worked on this, but isn't with us today. So,
yeah, I think this event's was designed a while ago, and I'm pretty sure it was off the back of monkey backpacks, because when we did the update to Scavenger, Apatol Agility, someone had the bright idea to just turn the birthday event into the monkey event, which was obviously a brilliant idea. And yeah, this is a really fun monkey-based event in Lumbridge with some of my favorite awards. I think the little knife you get is hilarious.
all right. Basically, it's old school. It's not very serious. It's just an absolute laugh, and everybody loves the monkey content with Apatol and such. So see that as a small extension of that, I suppose. But shall we get started?
Yeah,
who's doing Duke?
Greetings, welcome to my castle. Ah, Mod Kieran, I'm glad you're here. I was wondering if you were asked for your assistance with a rather urgent matter.
Oh, I'd be happy to help. What is the issue?
Well, it is my job as Duke to oversee and manage the people of Lumbridge. Among them is the HAM organization, which I believe you're familiar with already. Recently, this group has been gathering more support, and the citizens of Lumbridge have become far less fond of outsiders. So I thought I'd throw a party and invite as many new faces as I could.
That sounds like a fantastic idea. Can I come to this party?
Well, unfortunately, the party isn't going ahead as planned. I've sent an invitation out to King Owawuge of Apatol, and while he couldn't make it, some of his followers decided to come along in place. As soon as the monkeys arrived in Lumbridge, things started to get out of hand.
What the? Get out of my shop! What are you doing? Get off me! I don't know how Bob talks. I'm just going for angry.
Just go for angry.
Go on.
Oh my, what are you doing? Oh, what in Gillinor is going on?
No! Get away! Get off me! No! Don't pull my hair!
I was waiting for a female voice to show up.
Gonna do my best.
I love this monkey. This is so cute.
This is the most adorable animation in the game. Oh my goodness. You're the monkeys, go on.
Look at that. That's fantastic. Now we're talking.
Wait, I should do the Western accent. I've done the Western accent with the cowboy hat on stream, haven't I? Aha! Now we're talking! That's not very good. I've never seen a creature like this before. Wow, this one has a sword on its head.
Now my citizens are under attack, and I feel I've only made things worse.
That's strange. After the Gluff incident, I thought that King Awawogi would be more accepting of humans. I suppose I could round up all the monkeys for you, but I've never captured a monkey before. Perhaps it would be easier to just kill them.
No, we can't do that. If you just went around killing these monkeys, it would only empower the Ham organization. How about this? There is a scimitar merchant named Zeke across the border in Alcarid. I've heard he's been researching methods to trap monkeys safely. I'd like you to go and see him and find out if he can help you with apprehending all 6 of these monkeys.
I'll see what I can do. All right, who's coming with me on an adventure? Over to Zeke.
Make sure you got 10 gold if you haven't done Prince Harpy's Rescue.
Oh, come on. I know what I'm doing. 5th place on the quiz, by the way.
I shouldn't be down.
I would say, look, the problem is, right? Oh, yeah, Kieran's done Western accent. He did the yeehaw on stream. Yeah, I can do a Western accent if it's a yeehaw or I'm saying rootin' tootin'. I can't do it if it's just arbitrary words. That's an entirely different challenge.
You've been practicing your yeehaws, but just not in sentences.
Yeah, exactly. Right, to Scimitar.
Which one is? Oh, yeah, it's that guy. Rootin' tootin'
go.
Scimitar selling.
1,000 greetings, sir. I've been sent by Duke Horacio of Lumbridge to ask for your help in dealing with a matter of great urgency. The Duke of Lumbridge?
Duke of Lumbridge. Kieran, you can't do both voices. Oh my god.
Right, go for it.
The Duke of Lumbridge, and what could he have to do with me? To him, I am but a simple scimitar salesman.
Well, the Duke has heard that you may have been looking into methods to safely trap monkeys.
I'm afraid my trap designs are more experimental than anything. Sadly, the Duke will have to look elsewhere if he wishes to obtain a monkey.
I don't think you understand. It's not that he wants a monkey. He wants to save the citizens of Lumbridge from a group of 6 monkeys from Apatol.
Apatol? What are those banana brain nitwits doing over here? Well, I guess I may be able to help you after all, sir. I want to bring out a big one later on. Don't worry, the voices are only going to get better. I've been wanting to get my hands on a monkey from Apatol for a while now. Cunning, crafty, and much more intelligent than your average Karamjan variant. What we need is a special kind of trap, made from 3 pieces of bamboo and loaded with a banana so irresistible that they won't hesitate to jump inside.
Bamboo and a special banana? Right. Do you know where I can find these things?
You're in luck, adventurer. I just so happen to have the supplies on hand. Help yourself to the supplies in my shop. You're going to need to make 1 for each monkey. So 6 traps in total, and you'll need a knife to construct each one.
Could I borrow a knife?
Certainly. However, I only have 1 spare knife, so be careful not to lose it.
Zeke hands you a knife. Can I do that like the narration?
Yeah, you do those.
All right. What about this? Where did you get premium bananas?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Luther would kill me if I told you.
Luthus, the guy who owns the banana plantation on Karamja?
Forget I said anything.
All right. I'll be on my way. Right. Take some bamboo. How many do we need? Is it 6?
6, yeah, I think so.
Take some primo bananas. None of that. Not messing around. I want some serious banana. Oh wait, I need more. It's like
Can't remember how
a lot
many
more
you
bamboo
just
per
took them all.
trap.
Oh yes, per trap.
Look at that. Go away.
Boom.
Lovely. Right. Wait, are they all got bananas in them?
Yeah, I think
All
so.
right. Lovely.
They're all loaded.
I think we're good. We're good. All
Yeah,
right.
let's get some
So,
monkeys.
what do we need to do now? Do you know what we need to do now?
Which monkey do you want to go first? There's the one outside the Grand Exchange.
That's what
Not
we're
the
doing,
Grand
isn't it? We're going
Exchange.
for
The
finding the
the
monkeys.
general store. Yeah, let's go
Yeah, I'm
general
running. I'm
store.
running back to Lumbridge.
You can do this.
You know, just wait till just wait until we need to go further afield. I'm just going to teleport there.
We got Bob.
Save some time. Right. So there's the Bob that attacked Bob. Right. We saw it all in the cutscene, right?
Yeah. Bob Monkey. Let's do Bob Monkey.
Right. So, where's the monkey?
He's on his back. You got to place the trap down.
Okay. Place the trap. The Duke asked me to return to him after speak. Oh, I've got to go and speak to the Duke. Gosh, I just want to use my. I just want to use my. You know what? Hacks.
The Duke gives us a list. That's
enjoy the hacks. Yes.
Greetings. Welcome to my castle. I can't remember the voice. I've lost it.
See, this is the problem. You can do so many voices.
Good to see you again, Mod Kieran. Have you spoken to Zeke yet?
Yes. Zeke may have his own motivations for helping, but he agreed to teach me how to make some traps for these monkeys.
That's fantastic news. It's all in your hands now, Mod Kieran. Please put an end to this monkey madness. While you were gone, I was able to work with my Lumbridge guide to compile a list of all the monkey sightings.
Duke Horatio, because I said Horatio, everyone, and everyone found it hilarious earlier. Duke Horatio, I don't know. Do you know? I doubt it. Duke Horatio hands you a list of monkey sightings.
This would help you track down all of the monkeys.
Thanks. I'll return to you once I've trapped them all. All right.
Right.
Back down we go. Shall we hack again? Oh,
yeah,
yes. There we go.
Mod privileges.
Here's Jim privilege. Right, now here we go. Traps going down.
Let's get this monkey.
Cutscene time. Oh, get the stinking monkey off me!
The monkeys are so cute. I love them. Come over this way.
Come over this way. Are you going to take my side? Okay.
Yeah, if you want to do an NPC, we'll swap.
Okay. Keep that thing out of my shop.
He could have been a little bit more grateful.
Sorry. Just
Oh,
keep saying Kieran. I'm like, oh, can't talk.
Come on, little fellow. Let's get you safely back home.
You got to stick the Geordie accent on, man.
Not for the character. The NPC can be anyone. Oh, for you? Okay. So, all right, I'll try next time.
Yeah.
The YI, man. Okay.
Oh, perfect, right. Lumbridge Castle. We ain't going far.
I'll be Father Eric.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
No, too late.
He doesn't care. And with your strength, I know we'll be able to get through this ordeal.
Father Eric?
For only those who are the most faithful.
Father Eric!
Oh, but Kieran, I had faith that Saradomin would send you to help me.
Saradomin? It was the Duke that sent me.
Ah, but who told the Duke that I was in need of your assistance?
I'm pretty sure it was the Lumbridge Guide who first created the list for the Duke.
And how did the Lumbridge Guide learn of this?
I mean, he stands right outside your church. He probably saw the monkey come in and heard your cries for help.
Saradomin works in mysterious ways, Mod Kieran. If you spent more time devoting yourself to him, I'm sure you would understand. Yes?
Could you just come over here so I can trap the monkey? I have more pressing things to do right now than discuss theology.
Certainly. Now, little monkey, it's time to return to where you came from.
That was easier than I feared. It didn't seem like the monkey was giving you all too many problems.
That's because he wasn't bothering me at all.
Wait, if the monkey wasn't bothering you, then why were you praying for help?
Oh, I wasn't praying for myself. I was praying for him. Things are a bit hectic at first, but once I started preaching about the glory of Saradomin, a wave of calm and understanding came over this poor fellow.
I think he might have been sleeping.
May Saradomin guide you on the rest of your travels, Mod Kieran.
Come on, little fella. Let's get you safely back home.
There's such a nice interaction. Oh my god.
Right, where next? Donnie outside the
Let's-
Lumbridge Jenny store.
Yeah, let's do that one. You can be the NPC in this one, I think. You do a great
Okay,
female
sounds-
accent.
Let's see how it goes, shall we? There's Donnie. Let's use our trap.
Let's get this monkey.
Help! Someone please help! This monkey is attacking me! Someone! Anyone! Ah! It's pulling my hair!
Quick, come this way. You said be more northern.
Oh my goodness. Thanks for getting that monkey. You're my savior. Although, I'm not sure how I can possibly repay you.
Don't mention it. I'm happy to help.
Oh my! Aren't you a rare breed of adventurer? You wouldn't believe how many people just ran on by, ignoring my plight. They're always just looking out for themselves. I won't do anything unless they get something out of it.
Well, I hope you know now that not everyone is like that.
Scottish.
Come on, little fella. Let's get you back safely home. I can do Scottish better than Northern, so. Okay, we got the monkey in the sheep pen.
Right. A sheep. Yeah. Is that in? It's on the sheep, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
the little sleepy monkey. Look at him. Oh.
Wait, is that monkey asleep? Ah, It's so cute. I'd really hate to wake it up. Now you're immersed. Immersion is too real. I suppose I could catch the other monkeys first. But then what if it's woken up when I get back? I guess a job's a job. Oh, the banana isn't waking it up. Monkey, wake up. There's a tasty banana here for you. Hey, monkey, wake up.
Oh, ooh, banana.
I kind of feel bad about that. I didn't want to be mean, but I suppose there was no other choice. Come on, little fella, let's get you safely back home.
Beautiful. Okay,
All
it's
right.
cowboy monkey time.
North of Lumbridge Mill. On the west
Yeah.
side of Lumbridge Swamp.
So you can hack your way up there if you want. Oh, you're using a style. Wow.
Look, sorry. Did you not know about the where is it?
I think you just
Is it
go
in
north,
this field?
yeah, you'll be fine.
This field,
Yeah.
yeah?
By the river, I think.
Perfect.
You yeed your last ha with this monkey.
I've got an egg.
Yeah, and on the east side, southeast corner.
Oh, I see.
There we go.
All right, I'm doing this one, right?
Yeah, I'll be you.
Yeehaw! Go forward. Now left. I said left, not right. Turn around. Forward. You can do it this time. Go left. Left. No. Left. Left. Not right. Turn around again. Forward. You can do it this time. Go right. Right.
You sound a little bit like Toad. You could talk.
Of course I can. Yeehaw! Now stand back, foul
yeah.
human. Lest me and my beast slay ya.
Okay.
Very good. Now let's try this again. Go right. I give up. This beast is useless.
Have you tried turning off inverted controls?
What?
Never mind. What exactly are you trying to do?
I was trying to take control of this beast so that we had an advantage in combat against you humans. Oh,
I see.
Too late.
Before we get down to business, would you like a nice banana?
A banana? Is this some sort of trick? I doubt you have a banana with you, human.
See, there's a banana right there. Come get it.
He's lost
I want
it.
a sound clip of you saying banana in this accent.
Banana! Let me out! I knew this was a trick! Munch. Yum. It's a very good banana, though.
Come on, little fella. Let's get you back safely back home. Oh, man. Okay, there's one monkey left.
West side of Lumbridge Swamp, all right. This is
I'll
far away.
do.
I don't want to
Other
just,
questions?
don't want to exaggerate, but have fun running, everybody.
I'll do the monkey voice for this one.
Okay.
Yo,
Oh, look, there's no one here.
There's no one here. What is with this mount? I will be unstoppable in combat, and I should take over land belonging to the humans. What's this? A challenger?
Why are you doing Arnold Schwarzenegger?
This monkey is powerful, man.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, you're approaching me? Ha! You don't stand a chance. Is that the best you can do? Now, get ready to face my might.
Nice! No, it's just, I can't do that.
This is
You know,
another
same
monkey.
voice. Nice! Another unicorn horn! What are the odds?
Wait, what? You can't do that. Come back here.
It's never nice when someone steals your kill. I can sympathize with that.
Another one. I shall fight you instead.
No, wait! I'm not your enemy! In fact, I've come here to save you in your fight against the humans. Or join you in the fight against the humans.
Is that so? Prove you're loyal to me now.
I have a nice banana here. Would that prove it?
Only if it's the best banana in the world.
I promise. This will be the best banana you've ever had.
Ha! You think this cage can stop me? Almost got it. They're starting to bend.
Come on, little fella. Let's get you safely back home. That's the last of the monkeys caught. I should go and return them all to the Duke of Lumbridge.
Let's go back. That was beautiful.
Right, we shall walk. It's pretty fast. Is it faster going north of the fence? Probably. Too late now, I've
yeah.
committed.
Go back. You
Too
should
late.
home teleport.
Ain't got time for that either.
There's a little bit
Talk
of
to the
dialogue
cages
with
in the
monkey.
inventory.
Let me out. When I get out of this crate, I'm going to give that axe merchant a piece of my mind. Yon, I told you, human, I'm not interested in following Saradumin. Is it gone yet? Did you kill it? What's going on? Is it time to attack the humans yet?
That was a mighty fine banana. Do you have any more? Wait, I didn't realize you could click through.
It's okay. I'm afraid that was the last one I had.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So,
Yes.
you could speak.
So can you. What's your point?
I mean, how can you speak? I thought you guys could only say things like ook ook. Is that magic?
When we decided I can't do the accent anymore. When we decided to come here and thwart your humans against monkeys operation, we made sure to obtain some amulets of human speak so that we could better intimidate you all.
I see. Can I have your amulet of human speak?
No!
Oh, okay then. You lied to me, human. While that was a mighty fine banana, it was not the best banana in the world.
And how would you know? Have you tried every banana in the world?
Well, no, I suppose not, but I have had better. On Ape Atoll, there's a tree which grows red bananas. They are the best.
Ah, of course. I almost forgot about those. I once had to prepare a stuffed snake using those bananas for King Abawogi.
Wait, you worked for a great ruler. I didn't realize we started employing human chefs. Bring me a banana sandwich immediately.
Never mind.
Let's go back. The monkey interactions in this event are great.
Full-time job as a voice actor for this game.
Yeah, when RS3 has voiced quests, maybe we can get one for old school.
And here we go. It's back to the Duke, right? That's the way I'm meant to be going.
Yeah. Here we go. Greetings, welcome to my castle.
I've captured all the monkeys!
I knew I could count on you, Mod Kieran. If you hand them over to me, we could start the celebrations.
You hand the monkeys over to the Duke. So, about that party?
Yes, of course. I'll begin the preparations immediately. Meet me downstairs in the dining room. Yes. Oh, sorry. I read that bit.
To the party.
Whoa, you're going down the north staircase? That's controversial, Kieran. That's controversial.
It's because the doors to the party are here, mate. Efficiency.
Party time. Oh, we're getting the reward, baby. Ooh, love it. Mod Kieran, so glad you couldn't make it. I really do appreciate you rounding up all these monkeys for us.
No problem.
I'm grateful for your help, Mod Kieran. As proof of my gratitude, I've arranged a reward for you. Also, King Awawuye brought gifts from Apatol as an apology for the trouble they caused, but I think you should receive them instead.
The Duke awards you a cursed banana and a banana cape. Happy 8th birthday, everybody!
Woo!
Woo!
At some point.
What'd I get? Right. Put down. Put down.
Yes.
Oh,
look
yeah.
At that night.
Now we mean business. Look at that cape.
Yeah. Go deal some damage.
You love to see it. Well, I guess that takes us to the the end of the birthday event. But God, well, that was an experience, and my voice hurts now.
That was a lot of fun.
Not gonna lie.
We'll be back.
Oh, we all at least enjoyed that. As weird as it was, it's nice to have a little bit of fun, right? And just,
Man.
it's so often we do space through dialogue. Heck, I had space through quest dialogue. I imagine you do as well.
Yeah, it's fun to give them voices, no matter how dodgy they all are.
Yeah, but so it's nice to read it. It's nice to have fun with it because you know what, it is quite fun sometimes, and it's just fun reading through it. I like putting on voices. It's hilarious, and I have been reliably informed that we have the final artist's weapon created, ready to show.
Oh,
look at this!
That's amazing.
Oh my goodness. That is insane. So how long have they had that? Had to work on that? It's only a few hours, right?
Yeah, like 3 or 3 hours. Blimey.
Future holiday reward.
It shoots out
It's like
sweets.
Halloween candy.
Yeah, you have to.
Perfect. Get it in game.
That'd be really cool.
That is incredible. Why is the guy topless?
To show off his muscles, man. You have to be strong to crank this dragon, whatever this is.
Yeah, what's the name of this? Does it have a name?
I don't know. It's just you have to be angry to use it. You have to be furious.
Yeah, I want to know if either the artists have a name for it or the chat come up with a good name for this thing. That's what we need.
The salad
mechanical. Oh,
I like the salad dragon.
Oh, that's
These are
true.
quite cool.
Pulling it.
This is our new line of metal salamanders, of evolutions of the regular salamanders we have.
Amazing. It looks sick, though. I mean, it's always amazing seeing what the artists can do, especially when in such a quick time frame as well. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Right. Shall we start to wrap up then and bring this whole party to an end?
If we have to.
If we have to. Well, what I would say is it's been an absolutely incredible few hours of content. I mean, what a way to celebrate our 8th birthday. We're over time. This has gone on nearly an hour longer than we actually expected it to. But hey, it's our 8th birthday. You gotta go wild sometimes. And what I'd like to end on again is just thanking you all for 8 years of incredible commitment to this game. And whether you joined us on day one or whether you joined us yesterday, it's amazing to have you with us. Let's say it'll be another 8 years, because that's what I want. I want this game to be here in 20 years' time. It's going to be incredible. So, what I would like to say is you can also, after the stream, go and join the in-game gathering, because if you go to the Grand Exchange on World 500, there'll be some J-Mods there to hang out with for a little meetup to celebrate the 8th birthday. So, go and spend some time there if you're still looking for a party or any excuse to hang out with people. I'm sure you'll have a great time as well. But yeah, I guess other than that, Steam in 2 days.
Ooh.
Old School is coming to Steam, and that is huge. It really is huge. Steam has, I can't remember the exact figure, it's over 100 million users on Steam. That's a potential to get Old School in front of so many people, just like we did on Miniclip back in the day, just like we did for mobile a couple of years ago when we launched there. So it's an incredible chance for this game. It really is, to get a load of fresh players in, see it for the first time, remember it from their childhood. And I remember on mobile launch day how amazing the current community were, going to the starting point in Lumbridge and welcoming the noobs. Do your best, because this community is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And there's a chance for more and more people to join it. So, can't wait for that. And other than that, I guess, any words from you, Oasis?
I'm super excited for Steam launch. Like you said, it's like Miniclip 2. And that's a proper throwback. That's like a pool of nostalgia right there when you said that. So I'm super excited.
Oh yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. But yeah, happy birthday to Old School RuneScape. Happy 8th birthday. And with that, we'll see you on Wednesday, because we're doing another big special stream then for the Steam launch. So have a great evening all. I'll see you later. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.